Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Silliness. Let me start the live audio Discord. Good morning, everyone. What's up? Uh, Feeling ill? A little bit. I don't feel sick, but I don't feel great. I'm gonna blame my like 2 hours of sleep last night. I think that's the primary reason. Thank you, sick coyote. Could you stop the repeat? It's fucking annoying. You don't want to go down more today? But the prices are so good. Allergies in New York? Sometimes. There's not a lot of greenery here, which is nice. As long as I stay away from Central Park for 9 months of the year, I'm usually okay. It's a shill pickle. Well, thank you, Salty Gosling. Except this shirt actually blue. Well, I figured if the stock didn't want to be green, I would be. That might be silly. Oh, did she publish it? I wasn't sure if she'd put her latest post out. Yeah. Um, Gamma sensitivity way up, even more, or delta sensitivity. So we're trading at 129, but the options market is kind of valuing us at 200. It should be fun. I I mentioned her in my post, but I wasn't sure if she'd put hers out yet. If you guys want, I did mention her in the post, so you can click her name and it should bring up her profile. Greg Kirk. Thank you, Seacraft. Doesn't this hurt their volatility swaps? Well, what's interesting about this is it's opened up puts further to the downside than were available. Um, on all the weeklies and monthlies. Like these $70 calls weren't available previous to this drop. Sigh, another streamer body painting for on-stream likes. Yeah, don't forget to drop the likes, guys. I'm a big fat shill when I need them. Thank you. Tell me it's MOASS without telling me it's MOASS. It's MOASS. No, it's not. I did. I think I did it. You look like Gamora's rich brother. Can we go below 120? I mean, one can only hope. Imagine how cheap 180s would be at 120. Hmm. See, on like GME 950s were more money at close yesterday than they were at open. So IV's going up. Bro, please tell me how they can't do this forever. I'm scared. Well, because those the hedging, the delta hedging for those puts is gonna go away. It's synthetic. It's not. This isn't a real drop, right? Just like not even 500,000 in volume in borrowed shares. So the long short position that's been created here is not significant in comparison to the synthetic short position that's been created here. Dreed Mauer Astronauts DD. No, but I want to. He's on the quant team, sort of. He hangs out in there. Him and Zinko. So why are they driving the price down? I actually kind of wrote about some of the psychology behind doing this in my morning DD. Um, so there's only like so many options they have, right? This is their goal. They need to shake people out of options and reduce their gamma exposure on the other side. Now, it's not easy to shake people out of ETF leaps, right? Like most of them are institutionally owned. They don't really give a shit. They're probably not going to sell them unless the price drops significantly from where they bought them at the beginning of the year or possibly 2 years ago, right? And so their best bet is to shake people off of GameStop options, right? And clear up this options chain where the exposure is a bit much. And so the best ways for them to do that are either tank the price and get people to paper hand their options, right? People get scared. They sell off their long-term contracts and that kind of clears them up to be able to hedge, right? But that's not really happening this time because everyone owns far dated options calls, right? So nobody has to play into their like little fucking mind games, right? Like we can just watch our contracts dip, buy more on the dip, average down. And that's what we're seeing. That's why we're seeing delta sensitivity so high versus the price being so low. Is a lot of the open interest on GameStop really isn't for December. It's for January and February. And so they have to continue to hedge those positions, right? And so they want to shake those. And so like everybody who's bleeding on Febs and Jans right now, why sell them at a loss, right? I mean, we have plenty of time for the price to go back up. It's not a big deal. Another thing they can do, is slowly drive the price up to make people think they've seen the peak without seeing it. That can get people to sell. they can dip and rip it a little bit, and like that can get people to sell as the next dip comes in. So a lot of manipulation they can do in this T+2, T+6 windows. They borrow shares from ETFs and use synthetic puts to try to manipulate the price action through this week. But if your options are far dated, you don't give a shit, right? Like it doesn't matter, and so it kind of protects you from that short term price manipulation. Have you heard anything about loop ring heads and Jimmy heads all flying into headquarters yesterday? I haven't, but that's cool to know. I watched 30 minutes of Fool's Gold last night. You mean Matthew McConaughey's best film? Oh, the market's open, and I didn't even realize. Silly. Hmm. Ooh, big volume. Big volatility. Huh. Son of a bitch. Is us trading our entire float from 250 to 130 significant? I can't help but laugh because it supports our thesis. I suppose. I guess what I should have said, but I don't expect much today, is like, I don't have any expectations for today. I guess I could have worded that better. I have no way of knowing what's going to happen today, right? We have T+2 from last Friday, from, the puts they closed, but they still have some more time to play with the price this week. So, it's possible that we'll see some price action today, but really nothing expected, right? But besides like a small amount of gamma exposure from last week, I really don't expect anything significant. I'm calling a bull trap. What's the market doing? Is it rebounding? Ooh, 465s on the market look nice. How many DTE do I have on those? Hmm. Sorry, one sec. All right. Sushi in the morning, good call. I know. I'm relatively new to the stock market. What are some ways Jamie could announce something? Usually through 8K. They'd file a form with the SEC and make an announcement. That's generally how it works. We could hit 1 million volume into 15 minutes of today. It's possible. I mean, we're coming up bigly. And so, okay, so with Yelga's prediction, actually, let me look at her current Delta spike. Give me 1 second. Because this is relevant as we go up in price. Jimmy testing my model's limits. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, so for every like 5% increase in the price of GME's underlying, a very large amount of hedging needs to be done. So we're up about that much right now. So this could be kind of the thing that ignites this, I suppose. Cat system features went live today. I wonder. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. Cool. I can finally get rid of my shares over there. Oh, by the way, this plays a bit risky, but Saks has some decent upside. Um, Possible breakout of this descending wedge or pennant, I guess, is possible. 400's kind of the like reward. 385's the risk. Visa does kind of looks interesting today too. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Market Watch only says 200,000 volume. Well, we're at 1 million. Market Watch is wrong. It's different data. That's all, man. If you pay money, you can get better data. Like I'm using NBBO and like getting data from 16 exchanges. So it depends on Market Watch's source for their volume data. They'll update, they'll catch up, but they may not have it live, right? SPY is coming in back in a very nice way. For anybody who bought into AMD yesterday, awesome. I mean, these are retail orders. You see these? All these like non-block orders dumping onto the market right now, like 1111135 3925, all of those are retail orders. So that was probably Computer Share's order dump. Oh, I got 1.14 million right now. And based on the opening candle volumes, I'd say it's accurate. Fidelity has the same. Okay. Computer Share order dump. Yeah, this. See all these single unit orders? These non-block orders? See these? Those aren't institutional, right? Market Watcher. Yeah, those will all update after about 15 minutes. So anybody who's got data showing like 200,000 volume, that'll update in about 15 minutes. Good morning. Okay, I need to open both of these. I put $120 into the SPY. I'm up 35% though. I should probably just take profits, but it looks promising. Can you theorize where the rest of the cells are coming from? What? Oh, the are you talking about like the shorting? I don't need to theorize. The shares borrowed from ETFs and I mean we had $50 million in the money put interest yesterday. But it's not sustainable, right? Like that synthetic shorting doesn't last. Okay, this has gone far enough. Ah, if it doesn't last. How long does it last? T+2 or T+6? Right. Once they have to start hedging for next week, they're gonna drop that put position, right? So they can use that put position early today and yesterday and even possibly into tomorrow to maintain suppression on the price and keep the price low. And then once they begin covering, obviously they're not going to push their puts out of the money while they cover, right? So they shed the put position and then cover. And that brings the price down. It allows them to make some money on the puts. Best case scenario, it gets people to sell out of their options contracts, reducing their exposure and reducing the extent to which they have to delta hedge. Thank you, Ron Mad. Seasick crocodile. Oh, I love the Grinch. It's like my favorite Christmas movie. And I don't like Christmas movies or songs. I think there's a shill campaign going on at Wall Street Bets. Those guys couldn't organize anything, let alone a shill campaign. No, 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 no. They have T+2 from when they closed the contract. Super serial. So for the contracts they closed Friday, today is the T+2 day for that. But for the contracts they opened yesterday, they have till Wednesday. Jingle All the Way is the best Christmas movie. I mean, it did have Sinbad in it. Should we be diamond handing your Feb options? Yeah, that's why you bought them for February, right? Not because you expected anything to happen this week. You can just ignore what they're doing right now, essentially. If you don't like Christmas music, I don't think we can be friends. Oh well. Expect a letter from a lawyer for calling me the Grinch. I am not a thief. I play fair. Thank you, Ken Griffin. Uh, Everything presented on this channel can be considered satirical. So fuck you. Do you think the hedge fund playbook so far is effective? Or are they just prolonging the inevitable? Prolonging the inevitable. It's okay. Everything's going to happen somewhat like what I predicted, and big tendies will rain from the sky. Are you gonna let us know when that new BlackRock Bets Reddit group is up and running? I'll be sure to tell you. Sipping on piss. We're having some issues with the media department. It's a lot of work. What do you think about people saying today will be a LRC announcement? Oh, I don't care. You can defer your taxes, right? Has anybody ever spoken to an accountant who's like, "Oh my god, I have to pay my taxes right away"? That's not how this works. Oh, yeah, I'm sick. So my fucking nose is all fucked up. I scraped it with paper towels, basically. It's been sanded. Everything this channel is satirical. Kirk's Kirk himself is. He's just a Best Buy employee who's been on the world's longest smoke break. Shh. I'm still clocked in. Is there a way to link my Discord with my YouTube? There is. The instructions are in the announcements channel on the Discord. They're pinned. If you go to the pinned messages in the announcements channel, the instructions are there. Jan 23 leap at 150 strike. Is now a good time to pick it up or better to wait later in the day? No, dude, we're trading it like, I mean, the time to pick it up was at market open when we were trading it, $131. But yeah, I mean, you can wait for IV to drop off a little into the midday. I think IV's up a tiny bit still. So you can wait like an hour or so. Wait till like the lunchtime lull or something like that, maybe. You mean to tell me that wasn't really Ken Griffin? This channel is satirical? I don't know what's real anymore. GameStop already did a share buyback, right? But yeah, that would be awesome. Or I'll just wait for them to have a massive amount of gamma exposure and FTD exposure in January. I'm cool with that scenario too. MOASS in 42 days? That's bullish if true. I will tell you what's super fucked up is CVVWAP today. Lots of arbitrage in GameStop's price action. Let's see. Here we are. Looks like MOASS in 41 days ish. Ooh, we're about to break back through our floor again. Is Rudolph? I mean, a reverse split would kind of suck. I don't want to have less shares, but I guess it'd be fine. If we run next week, will you sell your out of the money Feb calls or hold? Yeah, I'll sell them on the IV spike. Why are you tracking CVVWAP? It sort of gives us an idea of the illiquidity in GameStop, or at least its illiquidity across foreign markets. The European market doesn't have any unreported short positions, right? You can't commit the same levels of fuckery there. And so when we get divergent price action or divergent price between the euro value and dollar value of GameStop, it tends to lead to moments of arbitrage if the arbitrage spread is wide enough. somebody is going to capitalize on it, which causes a collapse and lots of volume and volatility. Um, Tracking arbitrage is one of the ways, one of the things that signaled the VW squeeze back in, '08 in advance. As the liquidity in the various markets dry up, it becomes harder and harder to maintain a constant as far as the price is concerned, and so those prices diverge. And the more they diverge, the more likely it is that we would experience a short squeeze, or well, I guess it'd be like an arbitrage squeeze, which can then lead to a gamma ramp, and then that can lead to a gamma squeeze, and because of the variance positions you can get like a Volga-Vana squeeze, because of those variance swaps, and then all of those squeezes together can lead to a short squeeze. Reverse split 9 million to 1. Everyone except RC gets rounded down, cash settled. That's not gonna happen. So you're saying it's squeezeception? Kind of. Um, I don't know how to do that. Is there a way for me to do that? Stream settings. No. I don't think so. I guess it would be like closed captions, but I don't have those on. I can do it in the future. I'd have to take the stream down and restart it. But I could do it in the future. And I never really thought of that as a thing. Doesn't that just kind of suck though? Like, isn't there like live, uh, like the live captioning like super shitty? Yeah, 1.8 million volume. It looks like the OIM puts is growing, but we're still climbing. Look at the bid ask on those. So the puts coming in today. See if they're closer to the bid or the ask. Try to determine if they're being bought or sold. Cute, cute. You tell you panicked audience to calm down. The stock is worth 705 based on fundamentals. It will naturally get to that price once Ken is liquidated in due time. Thank you, Ryan Cohen, for letting us know that. Are you sure it's not $741 based on fundamentals? Oh, it's in a great deal of pain, Johan. But I have no tissues at my house, and so I've been using paper towels. So when are we seeing blocks of 100 from the order book? Of those buying or selling shares from Delta options? Frequently, yes. Yeah, a lot of the times when you're seeing individual orders for 100, you're seeing hedging occur. That's most of our volume throughout the day is generated by the options chain. Yeah, that's correct, Ozzy. It's quite the tricky situation they're in. You think this is the beginning of the turnaround? The price increase is significant enough to be considered like a bounce. But I'd want to see us cross back over the EMA 200. So back up above 156, I think is really where I'd want to see us. Before I said, definitively that this is a bounce. Yeah, it looks like we're heading right back up. I told you guys. It's, of course. When was the last time we did 2 million volume in 30 minutes from open? Fuck. It's been a while. November 3rd, I guess. Can you call your boss at BlackRock and tell them to hold on with raising the price until I get paid Thursday? This is bullshit. No. EMA 200 is... Oh, that's the 250. Sorry. You're correct. Do I even have the 200 up right now? No. So back above the EMA 250 then. My bad. I thought that was the 200. I forgot I updated it. Will this kind of volume change OBV? Not significantly. If you run out of room for your ego, I've got some spare room. Oh, cool. I'll need it. Garrick, you're big time. You should only be using dollar bills to wipe your nose. That sounds like a great way to get an infection. Please accept these tissues. Thank you, Shane. How high are you in the BlackRock ranks? Way up. The way you say "see," it's going. You sound like Paul Rudd. Look at us. That's the best compliment I've ever gotten in here. Thank you. This seems kind of desperate on the short side. Thoughts? What does? The increasing price? Do you think they start hedging early? Possibly, yeah. Shift Search is showing an insane amount of money being thrown into Tesla today. Is that usual? Yeah. It's an ouchie nose. The C-level people report to Girk at BlackRock. You would know, Carl, wouldn't you? See, everyone thinks Carl's an intern. No, Carl's assistant to the CFO. So it's just Would you stop talking about Lefsa, Dr. K? I'm not gonna have this conversation with you. £5 for puts on Kleenex. Thank you, Johnny. Assistant CFO or assistant to the CFO? Both, actually. They have to tank the price because they have to draw up financial statements end of year and cannot account for short positions at this price level without absolutely wrecking their balance sheet. Yep, that's true. You're not wrong about that. If they can report their short only being, you know, $127 underwater as opposed to, you know, $247 underwater. But no. Um, if they've obscured their original short position, their long short position in futures contracts, they can mark those contracts as holdings and not report them to their investors, I think. Because they're marking the debt as an asset that way. Quick question. Wouldn't the price be directly skyrocketing up when MOASS starts to stop retail to jump in and make it worse? I mean, you're talking about like after the point of forced liquidations, and like a lot of retail FOMO and public FOMO and institutional FOMO is going to occur before that point, right? So that's kind of a period of volatility that'll occur before we start to see forced liquidations play out. What's my favorite type of bread? For what? It depends. How many call contracts of GME are you holding past Jan 2022? Well, if this next week goes the way I expect, somewhere around 200, I'll have about 200 February calls. I plan to hold those through the price action of January. How many times have you won Employee of the Month at BlackRock? I mean, yeah, if I can exercise them all, it'd be 20,000 shares. I'll exercise everything I can in the Jan run up. We'll see. I don't have a lot of free capital to exercise with. So, exercise, it depends. If we just start running, right, and we get into like the thousands of dollars a share, then I'll just like sell a share, exercise a contract, right? Like, if we start running and we don't really see that much price improvement, but we see a significant amount, I'll probably sell my like out of the money calls to exercise my nearer or in the money calls. Sell my SPY holdings? No. Fuck you, Dr. K. I don't even own that much SPY. I do have Feb 350s. No, I probably won't hold them through the run in December. I won't clip it. Memorial Moonwind, what? $10 for the covered call Memorial Moonwind Destitution Restitution and Recovery Fund. $5 for tomorrow's coffee. And Dan Almighty made me. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate that. I just picked up a Feb 18 200 for 1375. So I have one 200, 250, 260, 300, 380, 500s for Feb. Decent marks and spreads. Yeah, I like it. It's a solid spread. I agree that's to their advantage, College Scrub. Dropping the price to open up the lower end of the options chain in order to allow them to hedge their variance swaps is probably a pretty accurate assessment. Yeah, I'm going to update Reddit here in a second. Hello, we're here to assist you in any way we can with becoming a homeowner. Thank you, Rocket Mortgage. With that in mind, we've taken the step of sending you a DM with some reading material that can help you learn the best ways that we can help you in the future. Well, thank you, Rocket Mortgage, for your continued support. Greatly appreciated. Um, Charlie work with this level of volume, could they actually be trying to roll while suppressing the price within the money puts? The roll date has passed. Charlie work. The roll date passed in on the 9th. December 9th was the last day to roll. No, I'm probably not going to hold very many options. Like if a significant number of my options go in the money, the only ones I'm going to probably hold are the deeper in the money ones. So let's see. Right now, let me try to just. I don't think I have Epic Pen up and running. 1 second. Is this working? Okay. So right now I have Jan strikes from 350 down to 160. I have Febs 350. I think 180. So I'm gonna sell all of my Januaries now. I have no intention of continuing to hold these. As far as February's go, probably will sell off everything above 200. I could see us stabilizing around 200. So I don't want to sell off my in the money calls, right? Because those I want to exercise. And then I'll use the profits from here to increase my Feb position and whatever profits I take from these further out of the money calls, right? I expect a run, but I don't expect us to run up, too much this early. I think there's more time for that, right? As we move into the rest of the cycle. You're going to close your 950s at 180? Is that enough of an IV spike? No. On this run, the run next week. So when we get that IV spike, that's when I'm going to close out of the 950s, the 350s, like all of those far out of the money calls. I'm going to try to close those on the IV spike. I'll be watching that like 225, 250 resistance to the upside, depending on where we kick off. Yeah, the Aprils I'm just gonna keep. There's really nothing I need to do with those. They're decently close to the money. God, what fucking account do I have those in? Schwab? Son of a bitch. Where's my phone? should buy more of those. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold the Aprils. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not gonna get rid of those. They're not even down very much. Only 640 people. There's like 2,000 people in here right now, Greg. There's only 900 likes. Just saying. How long after exercising a call can you sell the shares? If they're delivered to you immediately. Immediately. But they have T+2 to deliver them. Usually they're just delivered directly from your broker's inventory. But if your broker's inventory is empty, then you might have to wait 2 days. Or 1 day? 1 day. 2 days. Everyone buy a Feb call and WeBull MOASS. Well, we're breaking out above that resistance. This looks good. Heading, it looks like we're heading back for like 162.50. Well, everybody's options should be going back up now. The pain should be lessened a bit. Thank you, Hacksaw. For everybody that was making fun of you on Reddit for owning Feb calls, don't worry. You'll be the one laughing soon. Are we allowed to post game porn on Superstonk? Like, if people are allowed to post their CS positions, I think it's only fair that we're able to post our options game porn. But how is the CS position not gain porn? Like, that's clearly like position flaunting, right? That's silly. Spicy burn. Sick coyote. Someone on the SS thread is saying there's another instance of you being 180 degrees wrong because you said the price would remain fairly stagnant. I didn't say it would remain stagnant. I just said I had no way to tell when they were going to start shedding puts, which is accurate. At the like, there's no way to tell. I mean, I don't even know if they've shed their 150s yet. Probably, I'd imagine. Stunt on the Wall. Yeah, we can. I guess everyone can post game porn and Wall Street bets. Tax loss harvesting might have had something to do with the market drop, but I don't think it had anything to do with the extent of GameStop's drop. Like GameStop's drop was accelerated by massive amounts of short interest. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like. I mean, they may have started hedging now, right? We're seeing quite a lot of green come in. 162.50 today could go higher. Why so low? What kind of confirmation would you need to see to consider this a breakout to the upside? I would like to see us break back up above the 250 EMA, um, and really above the 200. So back into our trend. Okay, they're not gonna leverage their capital if they need to DVS. So like if their capital takes like a big hit from like say the Evergrande default, right? They're not going to then like leverage extra capital against that hit in order to synthetically short GameStop for 2 days. Do you have any TADD on GME price predictions? I do, Mark Baptiste. My daily DD from yesterday, you can check out MOASS, the trilogy, which is pinned to my Reddit profile. You can check that out down below. Gamma squeeze on the table. Call chain is stacked. Could be. What's the 200 EMA? The 200 EMA is at. Uh, hold on. I'll just check because I think we're. Are we? Well, we're not above the 250 yet, so I'll wait on updating to the 200. But the 200 is probably in like the 160 range. It's come to my attention with all of this volume, flags, and bullish technical indicators that your daily post might actually contain some technical analysis today, and you should therefore change the flair. Sarcasm, big love. I mean, I don't think there's any TA in the daily post. People just see charts and they're like, oh, this is technical analysis. Because they don't actually know what technical analysis is. They just like to make assumptions. I wish I had money to buy yesterday's dip. Nothing makes me happier than the guy that gets pissed that it's labeled DD. That makes me pretty happy too. Oh, someone fucking changed it. Seriously? I'm reporting that to the mods. Oh man. Okay, I can't even read what's going on over there. That's horseshit. There's zero TA in that post. Fucking unbelievable. No, still nothing from Jamie. Does the movement today look like them starting to cover their exposure for next week? Not cover their exposure, hedge their exposure. Nope, says technical analysis. Did the Reddit mods like you? I don't think so. Not at all. No, it's just an attempt to use technical analysis as a way to discredit my work. Even though there's no fucking technical analysis involved. Thanks, Kith. It's come to my attention with all this volume. Like, I'm an XXX holder, averaging down to a BEP of 200. I'm down 30K from our recent highs, but feel very zen about it. Thank you for all you do. I'm too stupid for options, but can hold for the moon. That's good enough, man. Yeah, they're not using that to hide their short position. Those are just volatility hedges, Kevin. Yeah, that's possible, David. Unlikely, but possible. Roadblocks Kid 32. I don't know. GME up 7% today. AMC up 3%. 162.50 is a long term like price support zone, but it's not like a exponential moving average zone. XRT and Jimmy charts are twins. Why did this part of Yella's DD make me nut? Yella's DD make me nut. But now, before I wrote some wild headline that a 5% increase in Jamie's price would lead to a 16,600% increase in hedgy buying. It's pretty bullish. The delta sensitivity spike is very good for us. It's also higher than last year's. No, AMC is up 70 cents or 2.9%. GameStop is up $8, 6.18%. You were correct, B Watts. We do actually have a song saying it's not a cult. Which has a deeper meaning in that, like, a lot of investors think that GME shareholders are cults. Like if you go to Theta Gang or R Stocks, like that's kind of the sentiment there, is that we're crazy or we're a cult. Um so there's more to it than just not being a pickle cult. DD link? Which DD? Yelya's? Her user tag is in my daily DD bear power. So you can open her profile from there. It's Yelya 2. What price action would you need to see in order to diamond hand your out of the money febs? Oh, they'd have to go in the money. Johnny A. Like solidly in the money. Could this mean that Jamie was the play all along? Yeah, what if you can't squeeze a stock with a 500 million share free float? Because a short squeeze requires illiquidity. Generally speaking, a short squeeze requires illiquidity, or it requires such a massive short position that exceeds the float so many times over, and that's just not happening over there. Like, I don't care what they want to believe. How many fucking shut the fuck up, Moonwind? Are they buying in the money puts again? No, I think we're just consolidating after that failed test of 150. Hmm. What are you expecting from the upcoming IV spike? 26 IVH is 200%. I think we'll hit that again. That's possible, yeah. That's reasonable. Why are you always looking at the SPY chart under the GME chart? Oh, I have options on the SPY. They're not doing well. They were doing well earlier, and then they've stopped, but they're for tomorrow, so. I guess I don't need to watch it. You may have addressed this already, but there was a post on SS talking about the dip. Yeah, I saw it. That's very possible that they were attempting to open up the lower part of the options chain in order to improve their ability to hedge the volatility of the upcoming run. Is that cream of popcorn you're eating? It's no. It's overnight oats. They're not good, but I'm trying to power through them. What does opening the options chain mean in practice? It means it opens up lower strikes to the downside. GME had been trading so high for so long that a lot of the downside strikes were closing. Kirk is actually 96. Only because I feel that old. If you're going to eat eggs for breakfast, how many eggs would you eat? 2 or 3? Like the usual egg portions? What value would you give Jamie 12 to 18 months if MOASS is stolen from us? Only asking so apes can chill the fuck out and realize they'll lose nothing if they look at the big picture, just total. 12 to 18 months with no. I mean, that depends what happens, right? Like, it depends on announcements. It depends on improved earnings. There's so many variables there. There's really no way of predicting future price action like that. I think currently GameStop's valued a little low, right, because of our VWAP, but at around 180 to 200, I mean, that's kind of a realistic value for where the company is right now, especially, you know, the fact that we don't have any forward-looking statements yet. That's gonna suppress the ability for the market to realize a better price on it. Like if you're talking from like a fundamental standpoint. Cough burp. Well, cough burp, you could tell your wife that you're investing in appreciating assets instead of dumping your money into a depreciating asset like a car. Or divorce her. It's up to you. What flavor are the oats? Vanilla almond. It's like almond milk, oats, almonds. What else is in here? Dates, lemon juice, and cinnamon. Oh, and vanilla extract. Jeffries has a price target of 190 for Jamie. That's about accurate. I think our long-term VWAP's at like 194. So I mean that's our average volume weighted average price over the last like 6 months. Why unrelated stocks and unrelated sectors would mirror each other? Because of ETFs. Can I get your opinion on Myrna? Let's see. It looks like it has found a reversal trend on this bump and run. I would want to see it break back above 270 to confirm the reversal of that trend. And then, watch the resistances very closely. I already think this company's kind of overvalued at the moment, but I mean, it probably still has some room to the upside. No, I probably wouldn't, Gordy. I think Yellia's DD potentially suggests we're going to rip hard if we hit 150. Yeah. Does this get boring for you? Not really. I actually like it. Day trading like by myself was a very lonely endeavor. Like you just wake up, trade, and then you have nothing to do for the next 13 hours of the day. I can just do it. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll trend back down. It looks to have found some support over the last couple days. I watch it. It could get rejected at that test at 270 and then start to come back down. There is some room to the downside for it to run, but it does look like it's kind of turning around. That bump and run reversal is bullish, so um, that's my opinion on it, at least. Do you like what the community has come to you so far? Yeah, it's fun and it's not super toxic or awful, which is cool. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with what we've all created. Thanks, NW. You've taught us so much. Is there anything you've learned from the chat? I don't know. Lots of stuff, I guess. I learned that there are people that live in the Midwest who are happy. There's people that enjoy pineapple on pizza. I've learned that Trash Dan's a pervert and Dr. K is a troglodyte. Um, Never has losing money been so much fun. Thanks, Johan. I'm sorry to hear that, Veg D. You can spend Christmas with the Discord. I'm sure everyone will be in there. That was emotional. Glad you're not lonely anymore. Thank you, Trina. Yeah, people are bad at decoding tweets. I learned about Pittsburgh steak. I'd like to hear your thoughts on DWAC. Um, I really don't care about the people involved. It just very obviously looks like a pump and dump to me. Like you have a company with little to no real world potential outside of the fact that like a political segment supports it. Trying to run their business model off of software stolen from like uh, open source developers. Like it doesn't have a good look, right? Like massive amounts of social media promotion in order to get people to jump into the stock, and then a lot of those people are already bag holders now. Like it's just shady as fuck, and that's my opinion removed from who like it being related to Trump and the politics and all that, because I don't actually give a shit about that. It's just it looks like a pump and dump. It smells like a pump and dump. And if you taste it, it's probably also a pump and dump. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's right. Most people's cost basis is higher than the current trading price. So this presents an opportunity for people to average down when the price drops. We always get like a lot of negativity around these price drops, and I really don't fucking understand it anymore. Like if you've been in this stock all year, why would this bother you? Like who gives a shit, right? It's just GameStop at a cheaper price if you want to buy it, and if you don't, it's a couple days, you got to wait till it goes away. How bullish are you on the SPY daily candles? I haven't looked at the SPY daily. What's it looking like? Uh Not super. I'm kind of hoping it bounces here. Oof. That was a big slip. God damn you, Daniel Taylor. Send me Ko-Fi, but I don't think you got it. I'll check. Was it Dan of the Jungle? VWAP Dan Saipo? Because I did get that, but I didn't get one right now. If you just sent it, I didn't get it. Thank you. Pretty much what I was expecting. Bought very little, but any real world analysis is all labeled FUD. Oh, yeah. You're going to see that in every community of bag holders. Or people, it's not really that they're necessarily bag holding, it's just that they feel that they are. Right? So like deep down inside, they're not comfortable with their position. And so by hearing bearish sentiment, and they can't defend the position, they'll just label it like, FUD or misinformation and try to suppress it. SLD requirements for tomorrow for the SPY? No, they would be next Monday. Or they're deferred until the 27th. Pickle Morty. At work, so I can't stand the hugs, but friends, you can always come sit next to me on the rocket. Take a hug and try not to panic. I hodl for you. I haven't sold. We're gonna be okay. Friends, hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Is there any stock in the market that rides this wild horse over a year? GameStop's pretty unique in that regard. I mean, not super. There's a few, but in the amount of volatility, it's definitely higher than the rest. AMC down. I repeat, AMC down. Oh, look, the bag holders are bailing. See, if you're confident in your position, then you're not a bag holder, right? If you're not dissuaded by bearish sentiment, and if you don't feel the need to attack it, you're not a bag holder, right? You have confidence in your investment. A bag holder is somebody that no longer believes in their investment or doesn't believe in their ability to maintain their investment. Either one. You also learned that creamy peanut butter is better than that crunchy bullshit. False. Was set 5 minutes ago when you were talking about things you have learned from the community. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seibel. Uh, Common sense. When price is much lower, like now, does it not mean that the exposure dates like Friday have less exposure, since there would be less GEX for less in the money strikes? Am I misunderstanding the exposure window cause? That's that's accurate. If people sell, right? But as the price comes back up and they begin to hedge that delta, right? A lot of those calls are going to go back in the money. Also, that exposure is from ETFs and index leaps as well. And obviously those aren't moving to the same extent as GameStop. Those have a lot more institutional investors that have no intention of selling. They also have a lot. It's also a lot more likely that those are exercised. And so the gamma exposure from ETFs is pretty high. If you hold, even though your CEO sold you out, you're not a bag holder, you're a cultist. Maybe. Wait till Ivy goes down on Feb calls. I don't think it's up that high right now, Chris. Also, don't forget like the intrinsic value. Don't make all your options decisions based on the IV. There's intrinsic value and extrinsic value there as well. So you can't just base your entire position on the IV of the call you're buying. Like GameStop, very cheap right now, which is not something that should be ignored in favor of a small increase in IV percentage. Maybe Noah. I don't know. Check. I haven't checked the price on those today. Check the price. There may not be tons of puts coming in, Bob. Check the bid ask, right? If you're seeing those puts closer to the bid, they're likely being sold off. If you're seeing them closer to the ask, they're most likely being bought. Very common to sell puts and use the credit to buy calls. This is a bull credit spread. Just read the DD and hold your PP and buy a safe call. Basically. Did the gamma spike get squashed by price action and massive put volume? No. Jesus Christ. We just failed one test of 150. It's fine. The price will go back up. Everyone relax. IV at 125 isn't considered that high. I mean, for GameStop, no, because like the IV are like IV 30 rarely drops below 70%. I think we've only seen that a few times since January. Usually it's around 80 to 90. So an IV of 125 isn't great, but like on a run, if the IV is already at 125 and we really haven't moved around a lot or experienced a lot of volatility, and volume starts to come into the upside, like that IV is just going to go up, right? Have you made any concrete post MOASS plans? No, not really. I'll probably just like lay in bed and look at my bank account all day for a few months. Office of Foreign Asset Control. Oh, cool. Talk about the reason why meme stocks even exist in the first place. I found the catalyst for it based on dates the Department of Treasury put out. It all stems from AO, which requires all U.S. persons liquidate stocks tied to the Chinese Communist Party. Interesting. I will check this out later. This looks cool. Yeah. I'll check that out after the stream and get back to you, JC. Do you like the name Bob? In my country, it's a pretty common name, but Americans always think I'm someone's uncle. Fed 510s aren't safe, but they're safe in terms of theta and ability to realize value. They're not necessarily safe in their ability to become in the money and gain intrinsic value. Little bill. So, if you have Fed 510s or out of the money, out of common price action February calls, those are calls that you're going to want to look to average down with these coming runs and try to improve your position, right? Like that's not the most ideal call unless like if we MOASS, then yeah, they're great. But otherwise, those are more of like a position that you can enter in order to, roll that into a more advantageous position. I have a 21 250 that was up 200. Should I have sold the peak and bought it back in now? I mean, maybe, but it's, hindsight. Should you sell it now and take the loss? Probably not, right? Because we're looking at, quite some upside potential in the next couple of weeks or in the next week. You think we'll hit 170 by next week? I mean, it's likely that we'll see it by sometime this week. We may even see, 160s by the end of today. 3 to 4 million volume is nothing, just noise. I mean, it's higher than our average. Our 3-month volume average is 2.3, so it's higher than our 3-month volume average. So it's not just noise, it's kind of relevant. Go for launch. We're in the demand zone. Fuck you, Dan Michael Vincent. Demand zone. The idea of AMC having a demand zone makes me laugh so hard. Blazing Bizzle, thank you so much for becoming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Do you think we run up into Friday? A bit. I don't know how much we'll run up into Friday. Either we'll stagnate and move up slowly into Friday, and we'll just run really hard next week, or alternatively, we move up a bunch into Friday and run less hard next week, right? And the more tricks they pull, the easier they get to read. Isn't the best chance for squeezes when theta is low? Well, into January, because then options become cheap enough for retail to FOMO into and really drive up short hedge fund gamma liability. No, it's the delta hedging. That's the reason that the long-term contracts are so beneficial. Is if you have a contract that is T plus 2 plus 35 calendar days in length, right? So this is till your expiration. Your expiration is out here. If they synthetically hedge this, they create FTDs that they have to satisfy before the contract even expires, right? So by synthetically hedging these long dated options, they then have to synthetically hedge it again, right? And then if you exercise it, they have to pull synthetic shares in order to satisfy the exercise, compounding their losses exponentially versus weeklies where they can, hedge once with synthetics. Also, their ability to manipulate the price in the short term is very strong, but their ability to manipulate the price on a long term basis is not. What do you mean by roll? You sell the contract and then you buy new ones. My wife said she got rolled into an advantageous position last night. I don't get what it means. Don't worry about it. Numbers can be fun. Ignorance is bliss. How come your channel always shows as having no content on the homepage? I have no idea. It should. The stream should be on the homepage. I saw an article say meme stocks officially over. It's official, guys. You've become a regular in our household. I think my 10-year-old would even miss you after MOASS. Thanks for the time to help us understand the stocks. You got it. I have the power. I saw articles. I'm not a Robert or a Brian Madara. Clip. Oh, um, I don't know. Anyone get a list of the retail basket along with GME, AMC, BBBY, Nordstrom's, Macy's? There's a whole shitload of them. Can you give a shout out to Excluded Faithful, who is hate watching you right now and every day? What's up, man? They complain about your vaping, but I think it secretly turns them on and they can't stand it. Pervert. So, what are they doing with all these FTDs? How big is the pipe they're cramming them into? Smaller. It's a small pipe. CNBC did a hatchet job on meme stock, specifically Diamond Hands this morning, laughing at us. Fuck them. If we stay around 150 through the end of the year, is there a good theory onto why things didn't pan out? Yeah, I don't think that's happening. If we get to Feb and nothing happens, then what? Feb first and nothing's happened? I mean, I'll roll the calls forward, right? That's the other advantage to having far dated options contracts is that you can move them forward without suffering too much loss. In regards to operational shorting, are they able to fail to deliver on this T+2, so additional plus 35, which would throw more on the pile in January? Yes, they are. They are able to fail if provided they can market long, which isn't always available. But yeah, if they can mark the failure long, then yes, 35 calendar days. Have you become a more knowledgeable or better trader teaching us instead of the day job? I think so. My I don't know. Maybe it was just circumstantial, but my swing play win rate has gone up significantly since doing this. Mostly because I can't really stream and focus on day trading simultaneously. But like, I made more. I made more on cat this last quarter than I did in the first half of like 2019, which is significant. I mean, that's just like one position, right? BlackRock pay your bonus this year in Evergrande bonds? No. When are you going to start looking to buy December 23rd's? What range of strikes? Towards the end of this week. I don't know how many. We'll see. Um, Probably just like at the money up to 250. It depends what we're trading at by then. I might buy some like out of the money calls. Probably not a lot. Here, I've just got to fix something because this is driving me insane. Um, J Phil. Oh, cool. You know what? Hmm. Use whichever one you want. I don't think it matters. Does anyone else have someone in their life that pronounces meme as meme? Ugh. No. I just picked up a Feb 300 to go along with my two Feb 200s. Trying to build a spread. Is it wise to keep going out of the money or to try to pick up one around 180? I would. I mean, I would take advantage of the dip and buy things under 200. Right? Like, thank you, Diamond Daddy, for becoming a Long Johnson. What do you mean market long? Why is that not always available? Um, thank you. So they have to mark the short sale long. So if they can like borrow those shares and then write a put contract, to mark those shares as a long position, they can uh, then they have 35 days to settle the FTD. Do you think there's a way for them to wiggle out can kick all the options which are due end of Jan, or is it guaranteed fireworks? I think it's going to be fireworks. I don't see a way for them to wiggle out of an option like the options expirations. Is there an estimated amount of total FTDs in this little pipe? Or are these all compounded? Like total of number of FTDs that they can push through CNS? It's tough to say. I think JFresh would probably have a better answer for that if he's around. Fluffiosa message retracted. You bastard. Thank you, Fluffiosa. What do you make of the open interest on posts to the downside? Do you think we could see a gamma slide? I think we already saw the gamma slide, Dieter. That's what they used to drop the price. It looks like we're gonna maybe start coming back up here as we move towards lunchtime. Um, Another maybe a 1269 type day. Wyland, message retracted. Thank you. Bull flag on the 15-minute. Sure, if you want it to be. Bull pennant. More than a flag. It looks like it's finding. It looks like we're finding support on VWAP, which indicates that the trend will likely continue, but we'll see. Yep, you figured it out. Quick name. My thesis is wrong. What do I have going for me? I drink too much. My thesis is wrong. What do I have going for me? I don't know. J Stale, descending beta cat. I just got that. No, I just want to know if you came to any conclusions about the amount of FTDs that can be moved through the CNS pipeline based on volume traded. Do Euroapes need to transfer their shares from Frankfurt to NYSE? Euroapes might get better prices during MOASS than we will. Get some sweet arbitrage spikes. JFresh is less of a person than a presence at this stage. What's up, Corneb? How you doing, man? I enjoy how you can barely get us to push the like button, but somehow force us to all go spend money and award your posts as soon as it goes up every day. It's a true talent. Thank you, Fluffy. I know. It takes a lot of work to trick you all psychologically into upvoting my Reddit posts. Do you have a price point in January? You think we could call it the start of a short squeeze? Above $1,000. My biggest fear about all of this is there is something we don't know that we don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense, but is it possible that these guys can pull some shit that we didn't even know was possible? Oh yeah, it is. And that's the same fear that plagues me every day. But I think if they could have pulled that shit, they would have already. And that gives me some level of confidence. They wouldn't have taken on the massive amount of risk they've taken on at several points throughout this year if they had a way out. So I don't think they have a way out. You know, I guess game theory would indicate that maybe they're trying to replicate a pattern in order to make us fall for that pattern. But the cost of doing that would be astronomical. And I think that wouldn't be worthwhile for them. So yeah, I think if they had a way out, we would have seen it already over the last 3 quarters and not, I don't think they have a lot of surprises left, right? Most of their manipulation occurs in a T+2, T+6 window. If you're betting outside of those windows, there's really not a lot they can do to not run the price during that time period. So I'm not concerned, right? If January doesn't reach the same level percent gains that we saw last year, at least a lot of people will make a lot of money. So there's that. and they'll lose a lot of money as well. So even if we don't get MOASS in January, by so many people holding all these far dated options calls beyond that window, they will lose a lot of fucking money, which will hurt their margin. It's damage done, and that's more than we can say about a lot of the rest of this year. Someone asked me last night, why not just sit and DRS and wait it out, and like why is time not on our side? And I told him, that you don't this whole thing has been an aggressive push to back a short position into a corner, and you don't back your opponent into the corner and then let them catch their breath. You're going for the kill, right? It's And maybe retail's not big enough to take down these hedge funds, right? But we can hurt them a lot. And then the next cycle comes around, and not only are we a lot stronger because everybody's liquid and has increased their standing like capital, but the hedge funds margin just got slammed in the previous quarter, and you keep that up for long enough and eventually they're fucked, right? Even if it's slow and steady. DJ Datrix, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Thank you, DJ Jatrix. I appreciate that, dude. I do. Thank you so much.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult.
Can we see your calves?
Like them AMC
nice
suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Also, major appreciation for pronouncing Datrix correctly. No problem. Vaping is better than cigarettes, right? No judge. I'm just curious. Yeah, I mean, from that's what the studies seem to indicate. I think anything's better than smoking cigarettes. So that would be the other option. I don't think YouTube would like that. I don't really care about anybody's opinion on that, though. Will exercising deep in the money leaps during exposure provide as much pressure as earlier dated calls like Feb or April? The money leaps during the exposure provide as much pressure as an earlier dated call like Feb or April. Yeah, the pressure. If you're exercising a contract with a delta of 1, no matter what the expiration date is, the pressure is equivalent. It's the same. It's 100 shares, right? It's just a little mini margin call for 100 shares. And, if thousands or hundreds of thousands of people were to do that simultaneously, whew, they would be fucked. Real hard. Real hard. Thanks, Liff. I appreciate that. Calf money millionaire. Thanks, Casey. Makes sense that their greatest resource is drawing this out. Hoping folks slowly trickle out. They've got the resources for it, but they risk companies' turnaround, greater FOMO. Yeah, there's dangers for them. Don't get me wrong. But company turnarounds, take time. It could be while I'm bullish on Q1 earnings, going into next or Q4 earnings going into next year, holiday spending this year is down. Inflation's up. A lot of people are out of work still. So, there's a lot of like macroeconomic conditions that could affect those earnings. And then really the potential to see significant earnings again kind of gets drawn out to the following year. As GameStop continues to invest in growth, I don't expect, EPS to climb significantly. A turnaround of, a failing bankrupt company into a profitable, a failing almost bankrupt retailer into a very profitable e-commerce company is not something that's going to happen overnight. Right. And that gives the shorts, I'm sure they've done modeling and financial analysis on GameStop. If they have the ability to, I'm sure that they've, put people on the inside of the company if their position is risky enough, in order to determine what they're doing moving forward and to, be ahead of those moves. Illegal, yeah, hard to prove, but it's giving them time is just giving them time to get out, right? These guys are the best of the best at finding every loophole and advantage that they can in the market, and exploiting that, and that's what they're incentivized to do. And so that's what you're working against. Because it's expensive Wi-Fi for a fan and not lucrative, right? I mean, they likely have to fail those FTDs just in order to profit on the arbitrage between the time they FTD and the time they buy back in. Just not to profit even, but maybe just to even net neutral on those FTDs. This is not a this is a high risk game, right? Imagine going $50 million into puts on a company that could announce anything tomorrow. Like the danger there is, whew. Will you push the Jan cycle to Wall Street bets to get some options YOLOs? I have Reddit coins on standby. Yeah, I'll try to it's going to be hard, right? Because I don't think you can talk about GameStop. I don't think you can talk about MOASS. I have to like heavily redact the DD in order to get it posted there. And then they'll probably still just take it down. I think other people have tried to post it and it got taken down. I mean, RC tweeted twice yesterday morning and we dropped $20. It's just not there's no correlation between RC tweeting and improved price performance. Can you explain arbitrage? It's the difference in price between one thing and another, or the same thing at different points in time. Um, here's an example of arbitrage that you might understand if you've been following this long enough. Is like payment for order flow, right? You're a Robinhood account holder. You buy a share of GameStop at 141.05. The Robinhood then buys that share at 141, like 141 on a fraction of a second later. And you've paid the difference in price, but they haven't. And then they send that information forward to the market maker, who seconds later then buys it at a buys the position at a different price, and those price differences, that's where money is made on the arbitrage, on that spread. Well, that $50 million in puts on a stock that can explode at any minute is how I know. One of the reasons I know that they're confident in their ability to control the price in the near term. Can you explain middle out compression? Do you think a big announcement would happen theoretically during market hours? After? It depends on how big it is, but yeah, an 8K would probably uh, be part of that announcement. My facetious comments never land. I need to learn to stop typing that way. If Jimmy were to announce something, squeeze them with exercising options. You, Yaya, DD illustrated this. Yep. That's correct. If 100,000 calls expired in the money and none were hedged and all exercised, the hedgies would have to buy 100 million stocks through the market within the settlement window. And these are, I want to point this out because this is very relevant when you're doing research and a lot of people are doing the same research simultaneously. When people are coming to independent conclusions that point to the same thing, that's very meaningful. Regardless of how they go about coming to those conclusions, if they're all pointing at the same thing, that there's something there, right? Shill's calling me a shill on Discord about it's over if it doesn't happen in January. The potential for a short squeeze is reduced if it doesn't happen in January. It's simple. That's what the data points to. Enjoyed reading your technical analysis today, but it needs more lines and triangles to be considered TA. Sarcasm. Use this to order a box of tissues through DoorDash. Thank you, Fody. I appreciate that, man. Does their confidence in controlling the price come from not expecting people to exercise their options? Partially. I mean, like this week, their confidence in controlling the price is because retail's broke. We don't have that much money to buy shares. Our share buying is minimal. Yeah, not a lot of credible bear cases. There's not no credible bear cases, but there's not a lot of them. But I also want to see if you're jacked it off with the SLD cycle tomorrow. Here's a question, Bob. If you're DMing me right now in that regard, since you may be a little more informed on the SLD cycle than me, how does the deferrals for the week of Christmas play into the SLD cycle? Are we going to see the SLD deferred again like we did at the end of November? Or is the SLD going to play out as expected? Thanks, Kool-Aid Disciple. You've helped out a lot too with your super dope stream cards. It's very much appreciated. Like today's. I think all the talk here on Reddit, they probably expect people to exercise. I mean, okay. So then they have to hedge, which also drives the price up. There's no out to this scenario, right? Either they hedge in advance and drive the price up, or we exercise and then they're forced to drive the price up. It's a lose-lose. You're forgetting Smoke Dizzle. You're forgetting that like the price action from forcing them to exercise those initial contracts will then drive more contracts deeper into the money, which could then like it creates a domino effect of contracts being driven to into the money and exercised. My hubby won't give me any money. He has a bunch, so I told him he was not getting any MOASS money. I wonder how many people's spouses just think they're insane. Aren't there futures contracts going out into 2023? Wouldn't the potential for a short squeeze exist at least until then? I mean, they could just keep rolling that forward, right? But possibly reducing it every time they roll it forward. Like if you have say, you know, 120 million short shares and you're packing them up into these futures contracts and say these contracts are like 50,000 each, right? Say they're representative of like 50,000 shares each. This is arbitrary numbers. This is just an example of a system that could be used, right? So say you're rolling forward 2,400 future contracts at a time. Now say every quarter that you roll this contract forward or these contracts forward, you know, you reduce that number. So let's say, you know, June, say they rolled forward 2,300, right? Like, and then, you know, they roll forward less and less and less and less every time. And, you know, let those, you know, 50,000 contracts spill out, right? Or those 50 like futures contracts spill out, and they cover those, right? So over a long period of time, they can reduce that exposure to that original short position, like a loan. while simultaneously using that short position to bolster their margin. Like it's not unreasonable. That's what you'd expect, right? If you have a massive amount of debt that you need to handle, you would consolidate that debt, right? You consolidate it into one place and slowly pay it off over time. Is someone trolling me on stream? Did I miss? You that's awesome. You did. Someone called you J Stale J Stale descending beta cat. Well, eventually the short position would be relieved, right? And then GME could realize a fair market value smooth. Or the short position would get to a point where it was small enough that like a Tesla type short squeeze could occur where, you know, the value of the asset increases far in excess of its actual market value over a long period of time due to shorts consistently covering as the price increases. Like everyone is against options as FUD, but everyone also likes max ban. I really want Jimmy to keep going down. You're not alone. These prices are phenomenal. Why down again? Why not? Can you speak on Yo-Yo's model and how much faith you have in it and why? Um, I guess my I guess my faith in it is bolstered primarily on the fact that it also supports or confirms my analysis on the data on the data side, right? Like on these cycles, is that, you know, in this cycle we should be seeing a large delta sensitivity spike around this time period, as we did last year. And I think that confirming that with additional data is it's good. I guess the question would be, I don't know that much about the model itself from like a mathematical standpoint. I don't know how accurate it is. But you know, I think even if the model weren't perfectly accurate, the fact that, you know, it's still showing the spike within the expected time frame would be relevant and something to look into as well. So it's definitely not something that I'm ready to dismiss in any way. She's been pretty transparent with how she built the model and stuff like that, I think. So um and she seems to know her shit from, you know, the brief look into that I've that I've gone over. Um, how accurate is it at predicting? I don't know. I don't know its accuracy to the extent of delta sensitivity, but the spike in delta sensitivity is what I would be looking for to confirm my theory, right? Not really the value. So any type of anomaly in a data set like that, especially a delta anomaly like that, is I think helps corroborate my theory as we move into this cycle, as their FTDs start to pile up, as their exposure increases. Regarding DFV with the shares, wouldn't you have to file a 13F next year? I remember reading that, or a certain amount of shares you have to follow with the SEC. Possibly, yeah. What's the minimal amount of cash required to meaningfully buy into GME calls? Currently, I think they're kind of cheap. If you were looking at like February's, February 200 is a very solid strike. I think lots of OI, and currently only priced at 13.85 a share. So $1,300 would give you a position likely exercisable in a high volatility event. And there's opportunities to average those down. If you don't have that much money, you have to take on more risk by being further out of the money, right? That's just the way that is. But as you can get, 5/10s as low as $5 a share, right? But with those, you're going to have to average them down most likely, or just maybe just take profits off of them and use that to just buy shares at market. Either way, more pressure is more pressure, right? Would it be better with a strike as close to the money as you can afford, or go with one a little higher with more OI, i.e., 182 versus 200? Yeah, yeah. I mean, liquidity is better in that instance. Well, at least we know that if MOASS doesn't happen in January, we're fucked. That depends, right? Like, if MOASS doesn't happen in January, but we go into their February exposure, trading at several $100s higher than we are now, they could be fucked, right? Like maybe they can stop January, but that's it. That's the kind of the extent of what they can do, and we don't really see a hard push down after January's played out into February, and the price remains high. Then the potential for February's exposure to launch it is also much higher, right? Like MOASS really isn't like the short squeeze that happens. MOASS is the price increase from where we're trading now to a point at which forced liquidations would occur. That's really what should be focused on with MOASS, and not like the price hitting millions and millions of dollars. Like that's going to happen after the fact, right? Like that's a given with the share lockup and everything. What the real concern is in the near term is the price being driven to a level where that could occur. Well, not Carl. You know, not what I want. You know, if we're looking at this, right? Like this is what like MOASS is, right? Is this increasing the impact of this price increase? That's what creates MOASS, right? Because if the prices actually get this high, and options do exactly that, right? They give us this ability with a small amount of capital to drive the price much higher. Say what? You want me to say hedgies are fuck? It? I mean, it's true though, right? Because they have to hedge, and then that increases their exposure, and then they have to hedge more, and that further increases their exposure. And they're throughout this entire thing, they're constantly generating FTDs because there's no real shares to do any of this with. And options drive all of that. They drive all of it at a reduced rate of capital, right? So a Feb 510 might only have a delta of what? Uh, does anybody have another brokerage open right now that can tell me the delta on a Feb 510? 0.0024. Ugh. Let's use a better example than that then. Let's say a Feb 200. That's where most of the open interest is, right? What's a Feb 200's delta? We're really low right now. That delta will go up as the price increases. Delta's 0.13. All right, and that contract is $13. So 13 for $1,300. 0.35. That makes more sense. So for $1,300, 35 shares leveraged upon buying it. 35 synthetics created. Then, in T plus 2 plus 35 days, another 35 synthetics created. Right? And then if you exercise it, 100 synthetics created. And so, this is, 170 shares of leverage for $1,300. As that price increases, obviously, as the price increases and IV increases, the delta value will go up. So even more synthetics have to be created. So that's 170 shares created, 170 FTDs made, and buying what? You could get 9 shares for that same price versus an option, which, is going to leverage 170 shares against their margin and force failures. Like, to me, there's no question. Now that we have the float, now that we've created this illiquidity, there's no question for me that retail's money is best spent on options contracts. Now, not everyone knows how to do this or understands it, and that's fair. But the people that do and don't are you know, I think doing themselves a disservice, if nothing else. Well, I don't care about that. I don't care if people agree with me. This is true. The data supports this. The FTD data supports this. The ETF borrow data supports this. You know, the SEC data from the report on January supports this. This is what fucks them. Keith Gill, great stream. I'm a long-term fundamental investor, so the daily TA stream you have going on is extremely educational for me. Thank you, Keith Gill. I appreciate that as well. Like if you want a short squeeze and you know we're tapped out, we don't have a lot of money, this is the best way to create one. Jan 21 950Cs are a great way to capture a volatility spike and increase the amount of capital you have available to buy safer, less risky options contracts. There's risk there. It's dangerous. It's hard to do and requires some ability to trade. Most people will probably get burned. Statistically, most will hold too long, sell too early, leave money on the table, or leave all the money on the table. But you know, for those that do successfully execute that strategy, it presents a huge amount of benefit to increasing their available capital for which they can invest in GameStop. Their investment capital goes up. And there's no reason that the price of the stock should be going up and no one's making any money, right? Like GameStop moves $100 and everyone's just sitting on their shares. No one's fucking making anything, right? Like it doesn't make sense that people have lost all that value over this year that the short hedge funds have presented us with. And sure, we didn't understand it, but we have a much better understanding of the positions they're stuck in now than we did before. And I think we have so much understanding of the position they're stuck in that we can actually take advantage of it in a safe, risk adverse way. I think you need to keep pointing people in the direction of how to do options. Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I've not found an all in one place resource for this, but it takes me through the steps. I I want people see the reason I don't do that, the reason I don't create options videos and like a how-to guide to buying options is because I want people to want to do it. And by wanting to do it, they're going to want to educate themselves on it. And by educating themselves on it, they will have confidence in the investment that they're making. Right? By building that education on their own, by looking those terms up, by learning the terminology and how to execute the trade properly, and going through those steps and those processes, at the end of that, they become, someone capable of facilitating a profitable options trade. Whereas, if I just tell them how to do it, they're going to follow the steps and likely, because it's the market and it's not 100% predictable, get burned. And they won't understand why they got burned or how it went bad. They won't understand what they did wrong, and then they'll never do it again. Gabe Sherman, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think Europeans have access to IBKR, right? Like, they have options through there, US options. It's, I mean, yeah, it's fine if you can't do it or you don't want to do it or you're scared of doing it. Don't hold your stock. It's fine. But for those that can or want to or do, it represents a massive amount of leverage for everyone who can't. But wouldn't the shillier thing to do be to sell us a system to make money with options? As a shill, I feel that you're leaving a lot of money on the table by not doing that. Anybody trying to sell you a way to make money is a fucking liar. And they're making money on the sale of that thing and not on the system they're selling. Oh yeah, if you tell Fidelity the truth about your options risk tolerance, they're going to deny your application every time. You don't need to prove anything. It's a risk assessment questionnaire. It's not like a legally binding document. It's just for them to say that they have independently assessed your risk tolerance. Really, I've used IBKR for a long time. I wouldn't say they're garbage. They have one of the fastest execution speeds of any brokerage. I think the fastest execution speed of any brokerage. Oh, yeah, EU has Tasty Trade also, which isn't terrible. Gabe Sherman, thank you so much, man. Right when I tuned in, you're talking just what I was thinking. Can you please review Vega for GME 150, 123 versus AMC 2023 call options? Vega 150s? But what strike for AMC? Gabe. Oh, I don't have Vega on here. I mean, IV is 92. Q hedges. I'm coming for that sweet, sweet margin you rely on. 510 gang. Yeah, but the 510 gang's kind of useless without all the other strikes in between. No offense, Pickle Morty, but that position is heavily supported by people buying much less risky contracts. Are we finding some support here? Are we gonna bounce? What time is it? 12:19. Still too early. Please help Danvers understand options do not drive price, especially in a manipulated stock, and you cannot say otherwise. They absolutely do. That's complete horseshit. Um, there's plenty of evidence of delta hedging, and to assume that market makers are taking on the risk of selling an entire sheet of naked calls without hedging is absurd, because they would blow up their margin on a tiny price movement. It's just absolutely not true. They hedge the puts, they hedge the calls. They may not hedge them as much as they should. That might be true, but they do hedge them. There is no question on that. Basically, all of our volume day to day is options hedging. That's your job, Mr. Big Money. I contribute in the ways I can. Sad, wage slave, hug. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I know. I got 70 contracts Jan Feb from 2 to 300. Hold me. Nice. Losing 80% of my investment at the top of that last Jan's peak is exactly what inspired me to learn about the market. You really grasp things in a new way when you have to seek the info yourself. You do. I agree with that. I think Richard Feynman, really presented that thesis best. Thank you, Gabe. Computer share website down again today. Okay, listen, but is there? That's, who gives a shit about their website? Is there investor page down? I doubt it. And that's fine, Danros. But I see a lot of these posts going up that like say, like MMs want you to buy options in order to improve the liquidity. Not true. Um, if MMs wanted you to buy options, I feel like my posts would get pushed a lot harder. um, and then like all of these posts are negating the fact that there's tail risk on writing these contracts, and they're not going to just expose themselves to that. Sorry if you explained this already, but how would one successfully play volatility and/or arbitrage using January calls? Thanks, Daddy. You would try to exit those calls when they're the most profitable at the peak of volumetric price action. All right. Looks like we're not doing a lot today. So I think I can make kind of an assessment of what happened today. I think we saw a computer share buy. And then I think right here, we saw hedging the T+2 or covering the exposure. I should probably say GEX. GEX is more accurate than hedging. So either they have nothing left here, or mid-afternoon will reverse trend and start heading back up. If they continue to have more gamma exposure to cover today. Otherwise, flat for the rest of the day. If you were risk adverse, are options even a good investment strategy? Yeah, leaps. Leaps are an excellent strategy, even for those that are risk adverse. Sometimes more so, because an in the money leap will be less affected by price movement of the underlying than owning 100 shares. Because the way those are valued is different, right? The leap contract valued for its theta and intrinsic value, the stock only valued for its intrinsic value, right? So and also IV, right? And so the contract can actually hold value through a red period better than actual shares can. So yes, option strategies can be even more risk adverse than owning stock in that regard. What it is that whole sentiment comes from a distrust of the market to work in the way it should, which I understand, right? Like we've all been fucked around a lot for a year now, and a lot of people, and the less understanding you have of how they've fucked us and in what specific ways, the more conspiratorial your mindset will become, right? But ultimately, you can't trust that the system is completely corrupt while simultaneously trusting that the system will reward you for your strategic cornering of a short position, right? Like something's got to give there. You can't have if you have absolute corruption, then you have no MOASS, right? If corruption is absolute and through all layers of the market, then MOASS would never happen. So you can take that track, or you could take the track that corruption is minimal, and most participants are highly risk adverse, especially on the institutional side, and corruption will only really rear its head when absolutely necessary as a last ditch effort, right? All of the systems that I've described being used to control the price of GameStop and prevent a squeeze are legal systems. They may be manipulated and loopholes might be being exploited, but that's because these are markets that were built for the participants. And up until recently, most of those participants were not retail investors. Most Americans have never bought a stock. The vast majority, like something like 80% or something like that. I can't remember the exact figure. Have never owned a stock in their life, have no conception of how the market works or operates. And that's great for institutions. They don't want that involvement because they understand how the system works and they're able to game that system to their benefit. So, the real issue there is the system you don't like, and not that it's corrupt. It's just that it's the loopholes and stuff are built for the entities, that operate within that system. AMC call option 1/2023/2750. Look at the difference in Vega. It will explain the variance swaps. All right, let's pull up, I guess, bar chart would be the best place to look at this. AMC. Let's go. Options prices, volatility in Greeks. 2750, you said? Is that the same percentage difference between us and yeah, I guess so. That's about right. Strike calls. We need Feb 18. Oh, fuck you. Okay, well, I'm not giving you any of my information. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find this somewhere else. I just want to be able to show people. So I don't want to use my other account. Let's see. Strike. That's not the right date, is it? Oh, that's fucking just old. All right, $27. $27. Son of a bitch. Why doesn't that have that? I don't want to bring up my other account to show you guys. I'll have to look at it later. I can't bring it up on WeBull. It doesn't have Vega. You know, wrap my unpaid 7-month Smooth Gotti style free highlight comment and it hurt. Not as much as the 510s. What did you say? Oh, jerkin with gherkin wearing bikinis, vaping Durban. The Dans go re and make the stock go green. 510T gens make Cordell cry again. Play the weekly action for sure. Fired satisfaction. Write CSPs. Look out Santa Claus 2DD. Thank you, Bob Lewis. I appreciate that. Gex equals gamma exposure, yes. We should find. I was discussing like the Feynman technique. Starting to turn around. I think the trend's reversing. Let me see. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. One sec. Yeah, my nose is kind of red right now. I've had a runny nose for a couple days. MOASS off the table now? No. Be careful not to show that work screen from BlackRock. Yeah. I feel like I used to have Vega on here too. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's got Vega in a row. I don't know why those weren't. Jesus fucking Christ, what a pain in the ass. All right, 150s 0.5326 for GME, then for AMC. So let me write that down. Jan 23, $27 call. Yeah. 0.0910. So that Vega is what measures an option's sensitivity to implied volatility. So GameStop options far more sensitive to implied volatility than AMC options. But that also has to do with the size of the float. GameStop has a much smaller float than AMC. And is far less liquid, right? So, obviously GameStop would be more sensitive to volatile. It already is more sensitive to volatility, wide bid ask spread, and so on. They're internalizing massive orders on the order book. We're going up, or we're going to rip. Yeah, I think so. But are we going to rip at 1269? Oh no. You're still bullish on hitting 161 today? Yeah, I'd like to. I think that's reasonable target. I think how's the open interest for 150s? Pretty high. Yeah, I think 160, 165 maybe even. Shit, we could really just keep going, honestly. Oh, thank you, turd. I appreciate that. Sure, I'm not sharing that on the stream. Oh, I'll just use that next time. That's not gonna lock you out from using like different IPs for logins, is it? Would you say we're in the demand zone? Fuck you. Hey, Moonman, what strike are your covered calls at, man? Oh, okay. No, I'm not gonna worry about it then. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. They're gonna have so many fucking fails from not rolling forward those Russell 1000 futures. You never did see a spike in the volume on those, did you? Hmm. Ooh, Myrna's holding that trend. Yeah. So Myrna's looking good, by the way. Whoever asked earlier who wanted to play the bear side of this, it's looking strong, like a strong bounce off of its EMA 250 ish. Only on the 13th. That's after the roll date, though, right? So that would indicate that they're closing if there's volume on them after the 9th, right? Or those are going to expire. Interesting. Check out Swift Search, 2.5 million on 150 weeklies. Do you think they'll sell their puts and let it run to capture some gains on the bounce? Yeah, of course. Uh, they're gonna sell their puts off once they start covering, right? They sell the puts off at the bottom, maybe hold on to them to continue the price suppression, and then as soon as they start to cover, they're gonna sell those puts off. But the problem with that is it accelerates the upwards price action. Reverse split. I mean, it causes a share recall, right? Like most likely causes a share recall. What was that options book? Oh, options is a strategic investment by Macmillan. Whoa. That's big. How do you late roll? It's too late to roll, right? So any volume that's appearing should be either opening of new contracts or closing of contracts, right? Expirations in 3 days. There's there's no more. Are they? I don't think they can roll all the way into expiration. Look at the looking at the consumer discretionary sector pace of the futures roll. The fucking volume is massive. All with volume after the 13th. E-mini, S&P 400, Russell 1000. Holy shit. Maybe they couldn't find a counterparty? Can I pull it up on screen? I think so. So consumer discretionary index, really no volume until yesterday. Um, Same goes for the S&P Mid Cap 400 and the E-mini Russell 1000s. Only 3 days to expiry. Like, there's no way they get the sufficient volume in the spot market, right? With that brief of a period of time. It's called a Tootsie Roll. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is it's like it's too late. It's hard to say if it's good. It's odd. I wonder, Turd, do you think maybe because of the deferment of SLD from Thanksgiving that we're seeing the roll come in late? I mean, we're not off on like the CME dates, right? But like, yeah, I could see it getting pushed because that would be like a what was the ninth? That would be what T2 if we start. No, we saw the volume start coming in yesterday. So I wonder what we'll see today. Like consumer discretionary seems on track, but S&P 400 seems way the fuck off. So 150 CC is safe. I didn't say that, Carl. Don't start trying to moonwind me, Carl. I mean, there's no way. There's no way they're gonna rule anything on GameStop with the liquidity the way it is right now. With all this roll talk, you don't think there could be a funny business with the SLD date for the 12/17 options? No, there's no. So the SLD for December should be deferred, but the gamma exposure from the 17th isn't. There's no FINRA deferment for December 17th. Did you catch that 1 cent spread? I didn't. Our limit ups at 147.39 though, which is curious. As is the sell wall right above the limit up. So it looks like they're trying to stop it from gapping, I'm guessing. Yeah, GameStop's a consumer discretionary. Uh, that's part of its. That's the sector it's in. I'm not seeing what their play is here. I'm a little confused myself. My tits. Nice, Bob. Hmm. I will not shout out that awful beer, Carl. So how many 510 weeklies am I supposed to buy here? I didn't say any. Look at this asshole. I get a $128,000 order. I'm talking about the limit up on the order book, not limit up, limit down, like NYSE requirements. I think we're gonna rip a little. I don't know how much. Uh, shit. Turd. Do you have a? Well, it looks like they're prepping for a gap up in the price of the stock, but I'm trying to see if we're seeing options flow on that as well. Hmm. Okay. Coup for Lady VWAP in silence. Sorry. Ah. Yeah, I'm a little sick. I've been wiping my nose with paper towels. So Ivy 30 today up 4 points, 3.7% change. Call ratios way up over yesterday, but still low. Okay. All right. Well, let's see what happens. That's not. I don't think that's the one I meant. Turd. The what's it called? That one that Jeremy keeps posting. Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, that's the one. The book map. Do you have the link to that? He streams it in Discord. Okay, whatever. I can't figure this out. I'm not gonna bother. Dark Pool's good burn. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Rip win 1269. Right? Isn't that's rip time? Where we're going, we don't need roads. You know, I get a dopamine rush every time you read my message out loud. Whoosh. I need to use baby wipes. No dryness under the nose. This is the same toilet paper versus bidet discussion. Where the fuck am I going to get baby wipes? Like a baby store? This might help. Your volume was 100K more on WeBull than on mine during pre-market today, so maybe that 100K dark pool volume to start with. It's possible. This morning is exactly like the 24th and related dates. 10:30 a.m. morning peak, 12:30 afternoon restart. We'll see. SPY turning around a little bit. A little bit. Not enough. Jesus has got some ground to make up. Those are not going to print. I'm out of my mind. Six minutes. You can buy the baby wipes at the same store as weekly 510s. Steal them from babies like a normal person. Oh yeah, sorry. I left the Discord chat because I had to. My bad. Sorry guys. Left the Discord chat for a second because I was trying to see something. I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can look at it turd while also doing the live audio on Discord simultaneously is the problem. I just want to know what GameStop looks like right now. If anybody wants to. I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you. Um, 15 up. Oh. 1269. Let's go. No. There's no mid-November roll. Are you talking about the gamma exposure in November? Jimmy about to do some ups. 1269 demand zone. I'm sending off the DINs over your apartment. Hook up electrodes on your seat. When you go 60 seconds without saying something, you get electrocuted. I'm sorry, guys. I was just trying to see that, like, if this was actually going to be a rip and to try to maybe determine the size of said rip. No, but there could be some gamma exposure from last Friday. There was a lot of options interest last Friday. Could just be volatility hedges, Nick Nobody. Well, it looks like money's coming in, but we'll see how that plays out, or to what extent. I think we're gonna move up. What's up with 674K volume at 1257 on Fidelity? No, I don't know. 1257. I'm showing like 10,000 volume there. It might be something that mine's not tracking, but Fidelity does. TA on Baba. Um, it looks fine. Like, it's holding its trend. Um, if you're looking for a breakout, I don't know. I'd want to see it move up and see this. It's moving into a bullish crossover. I guess you see how that plays out. The volume's a little low right now. Why are you trading Baba if you don't know how to do intraday TA? Fidelity is saying 10.5K. Okay. They're losing shitloads of premium on this drop, aren't they, on their puts? I'm sure they're exiting their puts. Is Ivy too high right now to get options? No. I think Ivy's like, Ivy 30 is like 124. It's not that bad. I'm seeing a gap down. The Ashi candles aren't showing. Right here. Yeah. We just gapped back up too. That's just the bid ask spread is wide. Really fucking wide. See shares available to short on Fidelity. You have to have you have to create an order, and then it'll show you for GME, and then you should be able to see shares available to borrow at the bottom. If there's over 1 million shares available, though, you need a margin account to be able to see them. So did they roll the futures due to the deferment window? I'm not sure. It's possible. $606K. Okay, thanks. That's a little down from this morning, but not a lot, right? What was our morning count? Like the morning tally? So about 80,000 shares borrowed from Fidelity. Test of 1 to 50 today and higher this week. It's possible. I think we have a lot of room to move up. To like 160, 160, 250, that range. I think we have room to move up. Maybe higher. Maybe even back to 180. God, what a desperate short attempt. It's possible. Like there's room to the upside if we have volume, yeah. It's called a cash secured put, lucky Luciano, and yeah, you do get credit for placing it. How much are 135 puts right now? 30s for December 23rd are 7. Hmm. Wonder what my potential on my 950s is. 1,500 a contract. It's not bad. 20. Interesting. Hmm. Is he taking off? Well, they have to spike Ivy there first, right? If I'm not mistaken. Are there any of the top brokers that we should be worried about? I'm not particularly worried. I kind of went over this a bunch yesterday, Sitting Bull. The Evergrande situation is just not, it's being blown out of proportion. Oh, I was just looking on option strat. Do I have any weeklies? I have a 170 for this Friday. That's the only option I have for like weeklies. People are so desperate for a crash. Evergrande will do almost nothing to the global economy, but people refuse to admit it on SS. How do you weigh that? I mean, cover your cost basis and have fun with the rest, or, take some profits and then have fun with the rest. It's up to you, somebody. That's going to be like an individual decision made in the moment. That 170C is going to print. It fucking better, fast banana. 1 billion equals 0.1% trillion. So they shorted 1269. What more evidence do you need that the hedgies watch your stream and base their strat on you? I didn't make a play. I'm just watching the stock. Lehman Brothers and their debt were significantly more than Evergrande's. The fact of the matter is, people are always desperate for a crash. Everyone's always spends so much time gets spent trying to time crashes. Love it, Jupiter. I was busy at work. Did you find something interesting? Yeah, I just think we're gonna run a bit today. volume is picking up. More liquidity is needed. Options create volume. People are buying options. That's creates turnover. You said 1269, so they spent millions to make you wrong, obviously. It's ridiculous. Evergrande plus 15 other building companies in China going down. Well, okay. The Chinese government's already said they're going to bail Evergrande out, right? Dr. Burry has predicted 56 out of the last two crashes. Is Evergrande a contagion in the Chinese markets? Possibly. But currently, its debt is not very significant in the scope of the global economy, nor are its bond failures. Um, you know, and China is very well positioned and incentivized to not allow that to happen. The difference with Lehman and Evergrande is people weren't talking about how Lehman was going under for months and months and months. Some people were, but very few. So 510 C's cost mass. I thought they were gonna cover their bond defaults. When did they say that? Hmm. Just through Discord, S is the best way. Joe Biden. I don't know about that. So are you now expecting them to roll? I'm currently confused with the current thought process. No, it just looks like the roll on like the S&P 400 futures and consumer discretionary and Russell 1000 are coming in, but coming in very late with very little time. They're hung out to dry. So the CCP lets them fail, but they can still limit the contagion across the market. They are uniquely positioned to do that. China can control their markets much better than the US. And the incentive, for them not to fail is great, right? They could lose, a decade of economic progress at a point when they're finally catching up to the US. Yeah, the CCP can just keep pumping liquidity into the system. I mean, that doesn't, this is kind of a temporary fix, though. That's going to increase inflation even more. What do you spend your time off? Any hobbies? Researching GameStop, talking about GameStop, uh, waking up and then doing more things with GameStop. That encompasses basically my entire life at this point. If Z lets Evergrande's default, it consolidates his power. It takes away from the established billionaire class. I read a whole DD on what incentives he has to let it crash, and it makes sense. I mean, consolidating his power is good, right? But I mean, he still wants to maintain their economic progress. Because if China were to let, their market fail and the US remains liquid and ahead, that can, investor confidence is just going to, like, all that money is going to pour into the US market, which could in itself stabilize it, right? I'm surprised one of the women here haven't snapped you up. Thanks, Euro Gorilla. I think the greater concern is the overwhelming amount of corporate and government debt that's been driving a lot of economic growth. Evergrande is just a symptom of that problem. Yeah. I don't understand why people want a market crash. Not really, Fluffy. Okay, I can't marry all your guys' wives. I'm sorry. But these guys are short everything. Like they're short like the entire retail sector. Like it can hurt their core position, but if it doesn't crash hard enough, like if it's just a steep correction, they're just going to make a shitload of money. It's exactly the play that got them into this position on GameStop. We want the market to thrive. Bulls, not bears. False. You can marry all of our wives. Want to get married just for the tax write off? Me and you, Carl? All right. For to purchase the right to be Pontiff of VWAP, can I issue papal declarations that allow you to marry all of our wives? Do whatever the fuck you want. Why are we getting divorced already, Carl? You said you loved me. What the You know what? I'm not playing these games with you. Never mind. Take your ring back. I don't want it. Isn't it kind of assumed? I'm not a cult leader. God damn it. Are fractional positions available for Pontiff and VWAP? No. It sounds like a conflict of interest here between Carl and Pi-Fi. I don't see how. I thought you said we'd run. This is lingering like an unsure Dan behind a Wendy's dumpster. Dans never linger. They're always on the move. Fuck. I'm just gonna sleep on the couch. The bed's always too full. It's you insecure, anyways. You think the shills might be pushing the crash narrative on Superstock? Why? It's not like the people on Superstock are gonna have anything at all to do with the market crashing. Yep. Carl went full gay yesterday after the cologne ad. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I thought we were gonna have a platonic marriage, Carl. Purely for tax purposes. Not a mail order bride. You're not gonna seduce me over time. Colonia. Adamant started this whole Jimmy's the center of everything. Yeah, I know. Two of the most valuable things I've learned watching you for 8 hours a day, 8 hours per day for the last 7 months are the definitions of boofing and keystering. Teach me something else that's relevant. What? That's all you've gotten out of this? Why are you here, Chasey? I don't want the fucking air fryer. Hold on. We're gonna need a like somebody to figure this. This is bullshit. No. I'm involved in a number of cults, both as a leader and a follower. You have more fun as a follower, but you make more money as a leader. Interesting. I've never heard somebody describe their time in a cult as fun. Gas fees for sending messages to Pi-Fi screen, $3. Can't wait for the loop ring to solve this problem. What's up, Vorname? I see your message, by the way. Finally. Tell him about docking and sounding. I don't think he's ready for that. I don't think anybody wants to know about that. No, Carl, you can have the goddamn Roombas. I bought all of these things, except the air fryer. Your appeal to fellow Persians is what MOASS after the cologne ads. Persians are huge into colognes. So racist. Jesus. What's the logic behind that? Long versus short IV. It's not racist and Middle Eastern. Okay, I don't know if that changes that. Who keeps Moon? You can have him. RoboQuirt. What are the pros and cons of selling calls? Oh, I have to buy a suit today. Fuck. Oh, just so you guys know, tomorrow, one more reminder. I will be leaving the stream early. Um, probably around like 3 o'clock or so. I'll leave it running, but yeah, I'm gonna be gone. I sent you a Reddit DM. Couldn't find my direct source bill. Look for it later and send it. It was an actual Chinese article. I mean, no offense, us, but I don't think Chinese news media is known for its reliable information. That's good to know, Bob. Thanks for sharing that. Is this for a BlackRock promotion interview? What position? No, it's for my grandfather's funeral. SLD deposit 1215, 1221, return deposit 1229. Deal with sources and explanation. This essentially means they have less funds to hammer the money and meet margin starting tomorrow. Bob, but my question is it going to be deferred? Like, is the end date deferred for the deposit because it falls within those FINRA settlement deferments? Like that's what we saw happen in November, right? As we saw that the SLDs get deferred out. Thanks, Shane. Yeah, very similar price pattern. Too early, but similar price pattern. Um, I'm gonna have to dig it up, Bob, and send it to you later. I might be kind of busy today. Trying to think where I would have the link for the FINRA. Just look up FINRA holiday deferment. I don't know. It is deferred to the 29th. Oh, okay. Thanks, real Ken Griffin. I'm guessing the headline tonight: AMC outperforms meme stock like GME. Did it? Very little. Why do they call it a meme stack? I don't know. Probably for the same reason people push for my uh, daily DD to be called technical analysis, even though it contains none. To discredit the stock. Huh. Any opinion on the Naked merger? Not really. Rights and interests of creditors and shareholders will be fully respected in accordance to their legal seniority. People's Bank of China Governor Yi Gang said Thursday. Hmm. Take off the daily TA pickle flare they gave you. I know at least Exordium is trying to use it against you. Why? What's retarded? Sorry, John Con. Did Bob just say the deposit date has been deferred to the 29th for this upcoming December 17th cycle? The SLD deposit date. It's not it's I don't think it's related. I mean, there's no TA in the fucking post, right? That's my issue with it. Is it's just stupid. Like I'm doing TA by people that don't know what the fuck TA is. Like they can't even define technical analysis versus, fundamental analysis. TA is win charts. I'm not giving into the anti-TA bullshit. Chug to make the red go away? You don't have to. What about what? Here's what I don't get is like, what the fuck does options flow data have to do with technical analysis? Yeah, Elliott Wave is TA, and that guy was an idiot. Um, like, sure, if there's TA and I'm doing TA that day, I'll flare it as technical analysis because that's what it would be. God, so much fucking drama. I don't want to sit up, Grizzled. I'm tired and my chair's uncomfortable. I think they just don't like you because you work for BlackRock. When you started streaming, do you think you'd get roped into high school level drama? No. Fuck you, Moon. You know I bought that chair and I didn't get it. I don't understand why you got yours in fucking Colorado and I couldn't get mine. You should put some of that 20K a month towards a new chair, right? Christ. How does BlackRock not provide their employees with quality chairs? Matt Kors quit his job to be a full-time YouTuber. Someone employed him? As what? Is there a chance Citadel is waiting for the float to be locked, then the SEC DOJ come in and turn the buy button off everywhere because they said that the float is gone, there's no real shares to buy, only selling left? I guess possibly. Unlikely. I don't even see a path for that to happen. It seems very unlikely. DD talking about married puts again? Wasn't that sort of ruled out by now as too expensive? Not only too expensive, but just like the variant swap DD already proves that like if married puts are used, like married put calls are used, like there's no call volume to marry it to, right? So like you have this massive number of out of the money puts, but there's no call volume that it's married to, right? So it's like they're obviously not using that, right? It's like a known tactic. The SEC is aware of it. Like they're not going to just rack up fines for no reason when they have other avenues of clearing FTDs. The title of your DD is entitled Live Charting. Well, the charting is there, but charting is not technical analysis. It's just charts. Charts are data, which I think more or less fall into the realm of DD. Now, if I'm trying to analyze patterns in that data, that would be a different story. But I wasn't. I haven't done intraday TA on GameStop in forever, unless someone's demanded I draw a triangle. The 300K out of the money puts that expire in January are part of variant swap replicating baskets. The worst part about all this fucking DD is that the people describing the thing going on don't understand how it works. So they're just assigning their opinion to the data they see. Like the guys who talk about how like buying options fuels the ability for MMs to wash FTDs, when in reality it's what creates them. Save your super stunt career by doing a daily Dorito of Doom update. Quick draw 10 for the prices to come out of the door. Let's do some TA. Should we be worried about a JPOW talk with tapering in a few minutes? Maybe. Inciting the mods of a financial subreddit by analyzing the stock. The bottom support is incorrect. Should we be able to see some difference in the Bloomberg terminal because of people DRSing? No. All DRSing does is change the name on the ledger from, you know, your brokerage to you. That's it. It's not that complicated. It doesn't physically remove a share or anything. It just changes the name on the share to you. I really don't spend too much time reading the comments on Reddit, to be honest. Unless they're like a question or something, I really just ignore them. No problem. Doesn't DRS also? Well, yeah, because it's registered to you. So for it to be lent, you would have to lend it. Chug for you and Pigeonwell chat. Riku, your eyes told me that I needed to check away the red. Thank you, Darth Dan. That's what I just said. Fronium. Very nice, A user. Win mailbox. These pickles are getting old. So does buy and hold. The stock's been just as illiquid as it is now for months. Actually, the last few days we've been more liquid than we've been in ages. Yeah. It's not a teepee, it's a tent. JC. Stop trying to stir up shit. I'll mute you. Oh, they've changed me to possible, DD? How's it possible? There's data. Jesus fucking Christ. Whatever. Possible data. Okay, but the guy who multiplies the SI by the free float, his is DD. Be fearful when others are greedy, and be greedy when others are in the demand zone. Takashiro, I don't know if we've moved very far away from that. Dude, been with you from the beginning. I want to thank you for all your value and effort. DD, and of course the laughter day in and day out. You deserve a pickle. Heart, still buying and holding with you. Thank you, Sika Star. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. DD is when you say what people want to hear and make it sound academic. Welcome to the internet. A swarm of cognitive biases given life. Am I just not putting enough links in for people? Is that what I need to? I need to add more links. People like links. They don't click them, but they like them. A look at Ken Griffin's real estate deals. That's very relevant to the stock. Now we're comparing GME to the defaulted CDOs from 2008. We're just describing various economic trends over the. Thanks, Billionaire Boys Club DD writer. Oh, look, pictures of puppies and Donald Trump bank loans. It literally says this is speculation. Maybe Superstock should have a defined parameters for what qualifies as DD. I'm bullish as fuck on uh Yelya's delta sensitivity DD. That's dope. Um are these people calling me? Why does page 26 of the SEC report say that the short's covered? Where? It says GME had sharp price increases concurrently with known major short sellers covering short positions after incurring significant losses. It doesn't say they covered everything. If you look at page 27, 28, where is it? The volume. Oh, hold on. I'm looking for the volume graph. Oh, here we go. Short seller buying activity. None of the short seller buying activity occurred during the run. They short sellers covered positions here and some here, but none here. Very little covering going on here. And it doesn't say all short positions were closed. It shows GameStop short interest dropping off to about 17% all in one day as the price fell. Which was just when they packed it all into futures contracts. That's how you draw a wedge. Well, the people wanted TA. But my daily DD is research and theories based on my research. Unfortunately, my research involves numbers and graphs. So maybe they need a DDTA flare or a TADD flare to cover that gap. Don't you know short interest decreases as you bury your shorts in swaps? It does. If you're not reporting them, then no one knows about them. So there's still one weird thing that I don't understand. Why would GameStop include the DRS amount in their 10Q? Well, everybody on the planet asked them to. I haven't had a co-fi in a while. I think we're still short of your 69K per month right now. Thank you, Chicken Tender Daddy. First of all, yeah, everyone asked them to, so they could have just done it, as goodwill towards the shareholders. The second reason is if enough of the float is closely held, they may have a reporting requirement for that. I'm unsure. I haven't really had time to look into if they have to report that. I know it's been reported in the past for other companies, but very, very rarely. So it's definitely uncommon to report the number of registered shares. But them reporting it doesn't do anything, right? They didn't say anything about it. There's no statement regarding it. It's just they've put it in the report. Why would the Secret Service get past the ball? Because of Secret Service investigates currency counterfeiting, not naked shorting. DD Flare is strictly for speculation and RC tweet analysis. That would work. General Motors enthusiast. No one here or on the internet has any real clue why they did. Full stop. Yeah. So is the GameStop 10Q figure TA and not DD since it's number data analysis? Yes, by definition. Yeah, it either shows other investors the loyalty of existing ones or um, is published as a warning to other investors that, there's a potential for the float to be locked up. I really don't know. I don't know the 10Q requirements provided by the SEC. I'll have to look into it. Um, I mean, those shares are considered closely held. I'm sure there's some sort of reporting requirement for when a percentage of a float is closely held. I just haven't had time to dig through the paperwork. The 10Q is sushi. I just wrote a shitpost saying today's chart is closely following Feb 24th. Anyone else? I mean, it is, but it's also a shitpost. Is the price action similar? A bit. I mean, I just don't get how people are pessimistic about everything, but they're like anything GameStop says, they're super bullish on. If GameStop wanted to start the short squeeze, they could, and they haven't. They haven't at all. Not even a little. 3/4 of no forward leading statements whatsoever. Demand calzone. I know you often don't like to talk NFT market, but wouldn't GME need agreements with developers and hardware manufacturers to truly make a game-changing NFT market, not just another OpenSea? Yeah, they would. But they have partnerships that exist already with Microsoft. I think the path to, making a significant amount of money in a marketplace like that is definitely long and fraught with issues. As you know, competitors will do everything in their power to keep developers from working with GameStop while they try to, uh, push out their own platforms, right? And everyone's like, oh, why aren't these developers taking advantage? Like this is another one I hear is like the developers, could take advantage of this like used video game market. And really, this is something that benefits the seller of the video game, right? Because the seller of the video game, can now take the thing that they own and sell it to someone else for, slightly less money than they bought it for, but they paid for the enjoyment, right? And the developer can make a percentage, off of this transaction, as can GameStop. Um, and then the buyer here gets a game for cheaper, right? But they already sell the digital copies of games for full price. So there is no used market for the developer, right? Like why is the developer going to sell the title for less money or like rehypothecate the title to someone else when they can just when they can just fucking sell it for full price like 19.99, right? For years. And if anybody wants to play the game, that's the price they pay. Vorname, 899 donations to 10K donations on Ko-Fi. Fuck the super song shills. We appreciate your streams and posts. Might even get the Ko-Fi membership post MOASS. Thank you, Vorname. Stop talking about me and my contacts until the bankruptcy can be finalized. Oh man, I missed a few. I will give you and your mods free popcorn for life. I'll pass. I love your daily TA on Supersonic. On a side note, I'm trying to lock down dates and locations for the post MOASS party. I think February 26th, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I'm not going to go to South Dakota for anything. Did you hit your head one day and become a stock savant? Yeah, but those developers are currently locked into contracts with publishers most of the time. The big developers are, right? Like the indie developers might not be, and like they'll be attracted to that prospect. But that's my point is that it's going to take a long time to grow that platform to where there's enough user support that the bigger developers are incentivized to move over. And most of what I understand about video game development is, those like developers are like indentured to, people like EA and Activision, Blizzard and stuff like that. I mean, look at how long Xbox and PlayStation have kept up their war of attrition, right? But they already have infinite copies of the game to sell, is my point, Dan Almighty. So why scalp, 5 to 10% off one NFT copy over and over and over again if you can just scalp the full retail purchase price over and over and over again? That could be interesting, quick name. As like a license to play on different developers' platforms. Can confirm I'm a video game developer. Yeah, I think where it does present value is like in-game purchases and like having like unique items and stuff like that in game, right? And I think there's a lot of stuff to explore there, especially if developers, would allow users to create that content, right? So, like users can create like a new gun skin for CSGO, right? And then they can sell that on the marketplace to other, people. And then, the developer and GameStop get a cut of that transaction, right? So, you have all your labor covered for free, and you just simply make money on transactions. Like you don't have to put any effort into developing the skin for the gun, right? Some user does that, and they make a profit too. But then you're starting to get into something that could be profitable. Very, right? Because you have an end user incentivization, you have a creator incentives, and then you're just simply scalping profits off of those transactions. If you had an options for this week 160 and they got in the money, would you exercise or extend them? I would just sell them and roll them out. This week? Hmm. I mean, it depends on how far out they're dated. Are they like weeklies or something? Like, I wouldn't exercise any weeklies this week. That seems odd. New games wouldn't have a resale market immediately, so it seems the same to me. Except they've got to cut GameStop in now, right? Like GameStop needs to create an incentive for the developers to cut them in to the money. And the two ways to do that are for the developer to make more profit than they currently are, or to draw the user base to their platform and force the developer to work on it, like iTunes. Like they need to create a market where the gamers are, so that the developer is incentivized to utilize that marketplace because of the audience available there. GameStop should be able to legally do something if their stock is being manipulated. What? They can issue a share recall, or a share buyback. They can issue a stock split. They can merge or acquire someone. These are all ways to incentivize shareholders to recall their shares, but it doesn't force the shareholders to recall their shares. Also, with smart contracts, Jimmy would get recurring revenue every time the digital item was sold. Yeah. iTunes, Spotify. It doesn't matter what platform. I mean, iTunes was the one that started that movement, that shift. So it's not really showing my age. It's just that was the like prime product that caused that shift for record labels. They should acquire Steam. I don't think I don't think Steam has any intention of selling. First of all, they're private. So to acquire them, that you would have to have the private shareholders sell you shares, and then um, you know probably too expensive. What's Steam's market cap? GameStop's connection with Nintendo and Pokemon. They even have special GameStop issued Pokemon cards. Imagine NFT packs of cards being sold on the marketplace with rare cards, or then more portable to new Pokemon games. And that's what I thought. Yeah, I mean that's something, right? Like the idea of these unique items surrounding the games, right? I think that's where the best potential for profit is these I don't think the developers are going to so willingly give up like their in-game purchases and stuff, but I could see like a market for these like unique in-game items, that really the developer doesn't necessarily have to have a hand in. um yeah, I agree, Long Danson. I'm sure whatever his idea is, it's good. But I also think, people get carried away. You're really grinding my gears. Good sell digital games that have already been played. People would pay money for a game that someone put the grind work into, level up, collect resources. That's true. So save files, essentially. I mean, a lot of people would probably enjoy that. There's a lot of people that work full time, and they want to play the game, but they don't want to put in the work to grind, their character up to whatever level, and probably would be willing to pay for that, advantage in order to enjoy the, end game, right? That they don't actually have time to reach. Do you agree with the options change you do that GME may continue considerably lower before continuing up? No, I mean, no. I don't think it's going to continue lower. I think they've got it about as low as they could get it. Maybe after December, like the December exposure plays out. Yeah, there's some games have bots. Some are it's not so reliable. Like Diablo is a good example. Like the bots in Diablo kind of suck. Like they can level you up, but they're not going to get you like everything you need. And also Blizzard will ban you for using bots if you get caught. Have you ever had Hotten Now? I will Ko-Fi this question. You don't need to Ko-Fi it, but what is hot and now? That wouldn't work in the current climate. Selling or transferring user accounts is a violation of EULA in every game I've ever seen. Hmm, that's unfortunate. Gabe Newell net worth 5.5 billion, so possible. No, yeah, I've never had Hot and Now. And NFT, no, here's the thing. There's no need, because games are digital, there's no need for secondhand video games except by the consumer. So it's the consumer might like the idea of having a secondhand game, right? But the developer doesn't give a shit because they have digital copies of the game and thus infinite copies, right? Like a used video game market worked with, you know, physical copies because there was a physical copy of the game. But with digital copies, the developer could continue to just pump out copies of the game at whatever price they choose to sell it at, and collect 100% of the profits. So why give someone license to then resell that digital copy? Because residuals? I guess, but that would cut off their flow of like long time purchase, right? So then they've got to weigh that residual value versus, you know, selling like EA, right? EA comes out, does EA make, whoever, Activision comes out with like a new Call of Duty game, right? And they're like, it's 69.99 or whatever the fuck price games are now. I don't know. Um, and you know, they put that out on their marketplace, and then some guy plays it and he doesn't like it very much, and so he sells the NFT for, you know, like $54, right? Now he's destabilizing the market of this, right? 1 week after this has come out. He's now setting his ask at $54 versus theirs at 69. Now they can continue selling this game at $69 for, you know, 2-3 quarters. Why are they going to let this fucking asshole set the price on their game? But that's because with physical media, you own the copy. With digital media, it's not yours. Like, why would they go back to that system? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. And you know, they can choose the rate at which they discount this over time, but they can't control what people sell it for in a used marketplace. Offer additional free bonuses for the new version. Well, they just charge $10 more for the version with bonuses. That's why I plunder my games. Yar. A pirate amongst us. Uh well, now you're talking about changing legislation in order to get the fucking thing to work in the first place. This is, what if they had a lockout period for each sale? Can't resell for 3 months after purchase. I mean, still, they don't want, like, they can sell it for $69.99, and then they can sell it for $49.99, and then they can sell it for $29.99, and they can sell it for $19.99 all the way forever, right? They can just keep it at this price, and they can put it on sale sometimes to drive up, you know, purchase volume. But they set the market by allowing an NFT marketplace to exist and sell their games. They would be allowing the end user to set the market price. Why would they do that? Why would the retailer buy it back for $54? They can just stick you with a worthless digital copy and no reason to buy it back from you whatsoever. They can just take their $69 instead of taking a $14 profit off of you and buying your game back. Don't get out of here with the intraday cup and handle. I bought it. It's mine. I should be able to sell it. No, you bought the right to use it. This is what you're talking about, them giving up. I don't see that, right? I don't like. I could see indie developers coming in and taking advantage of this system, but not big production houses. And indie developers would be great, right? Because they can use it as a way to publish their shit. But skins, though, they're not going to give up the profits on those either. That's what I think. I think that's the best way to do it, is to create it and allow indie developers to use it as a self-publishing service, right? As long as they agree to the terms of being able to resell those games, and create that additional revenue stream off of used copies, right? And then, that enticing the bigger developers in over time. But that's very slow. That's what I was talking about. That's not quick growth. That's something built up over years. Because then when those developers' contracts come due with the publishers, they can be like, fuck you, we're going to go sell our game on GameStop. And then they can do shit like limit the number of copies of the game, right? They can, there's 10,000 copies of this game. This game is $300 a copy. But that's very long term, right? You're talking a 5, maybe 10-year window. Well, it would eliminate piracy, right? Because like you have to have the NFT blockchain token in order to play the game. I mean, which is kind of like DRM already, like with a key, but probably way more secure. Wait, no, not probably, definitely way more secure. So yeah, you can eliminate counterfeiting, but it's not like Sony and Microsoft can't make NFTs. Magic the Gathering NFTs? Oh, believe me, Hasbro's already on top of that shit. They're not going to stop printing money. It's almost like maybe GameStop should give me a job. All right, no more ideas for them. I'm not being paid for this. Consoles would be gone. Consoles should have been gone a while ago. They're already not profitable, right? Like, isn't the PS5 a loss? It's just like a loss taken on expected revenue from games purchased. I don't think there's a consumer requirement to have a physical version available. Blasphemous? Just plug a fucking computer into your television. What's the difference? Yeah, I know. You have to convince them to give up part of their profits. And the only way to do that is to, create enough user interest that your audience presents them with greater profits than they're losing. And you also have to be so far ahead of them on the technology curve that they can't just release their own platform. You guys are missing the most obvious GameStop connection. I read that. It's like White Castle, but cheaper and has none of the onions. Also, can us Dan see your calves yet? No. My calves. My choice. Consoles are frequently loss makers. It's all about the games. Yeah, well, they sell the console at a loss, with the presumption, this is true for the Oculus Quest also. It's sold at a loss because the expected revenue from using the marketplace will drive the profits. I mean, Sony still makes TVs, right? Some other shit. I think that's more of an issue with crypto mining, and supply chain issues, right? Than it is, that's a market issue. It's not like Nvidia and AMD can't make enough graphics cards for people. They could. It's not to scale. It blew up in popularity through the pandemic. Mining's blown up, so their manufacturing needs to catch up. But once it does, I don't think that'll be an issue. Or they're generating rarity in the market by not making as many in order to up the price and profit on those cards. I mean, I don't know. A PC is just as easy to use to me as a console. I don't really see a difference there. They're both PCs, right? You said you just like the UI on one better. I mean, you have that fucking ugly way to look at Steam. Yeah, but consoles don't have mid-tier graphics card power. Yeah, big picture mode. Would you say that short hedge funds are trying to hedge earlier based on the volume we're seeing? I think we might be seeing some of the effects of the T plus two from last Friday this morning. There may still be some more gamma exposure. Today is a gamma exposure day, right? It's Tuesday. Tuesdays for gamma. So
they may have more, they may not. We've come up pretty significantly today at 5%. I expect the price to continue to climb into the end of the week. If it doesn't, then I expect next week to be kind of more violent. A lot of puts were bought yesterday as well. Today, not so much, but yesterday. So, Thursday could be pretty interesting. How you play a game on PC without a physical CD? Get the fuck out of here, popcorn trainer. I don't even have a disk drive. Who's got disk drives anymore? I haven't held a CD or DVD in my hand in 10 years. Well, yeah, you're spending twice as much, but the cost is just being absorbed because you're going to spend money buying games on that console, right? So so if you buy an Xbox, Microsoft's absorbing that additional cost. And they could do the same thing with PCs, right? It's so console versus PC in that regard is a pointless argument. Like they could subsidize PCs to everybody, and essentially consoles are PCs, right? So you're just talking about barrier to entry, like the cost, and like that's just it could go either way, right? What they want is they want consoles because they're proprietary. If you want to play something on that console, you have to buy the thing for that console, and the NFT idea breaks up that proprietary marketplace, and they don't want that. That's what I was kind of trying to point out. Fuck you, Daniel Taylor. You know full well I have a 3070. The PC has a VHS drive. I'm gonna get a laser disc player installed in my laptop. If MOASS GameStop will have millions and millions of will have millions of lifetime customers. There aren't. I don't even know if GameStop has millions of shareholders. Close, but probably not. That's another thing that I don't get is like everyone's like, oh, I'm gonna be so fucking loyal to GameStop if they make me millions of dollars. Are you? I have no idea. I don't even know who CVP is. You've got this whole rant, and I have no idea who you're talking about. I had to get a 3070 after I spilled my drink into the top of my computer, and now I like it better. So what if Loopring is going to be used for them to start issuing GameStop credit lines to customers? That'd be cool. So MACD crossing back, right? It looks like garbage. I mean, MACD's just going to follow the trend in price. Yeah, as internet broadband speeds across the board improve, then yeah, that like cloud gaming is definitely the future, right? Because it offsets the technology cost. Why would you? Is that a floppy drive? Where the fuck did you even find one of those? Floppy to USB? Yes, I would. Point blank, period. Well, good for you, I guess. Did you pay scalper prices? How did you find one? There was an open box one at the Best Buy by my house. What about people who don't have constant internet access? If we go fully blockchain for games, how will they play them after downloading at a McDonald's or something? Are you just asking for the dads? Like, how are the dads going to game when they have to use the Wendy's Wi-Fi? But you hate Best Buy. I do. But if they have a 3070 in stock, what are you going to do? When tweaking the slowest image, you look for 1 to 3 touches max for it on the daily. If not, what is your technique? I don't. There's no technique, Stefan. USB CD drive is also a thing. It's just insane to me to think that like somebody's using a USB port to read a floppy disk. I don't even know why. It's the worst thing I've seen all week. Easily. I don't know when the last time I drew a pickle was. Ryan Hobbit. I don't want to draw one today. So it's out of the question. I use my USB floppy drive about once a year for work. Same with the DVD drive. But like, why the fuck do you have data? It's on a floppy. Like, you do know that you could just you put the data on like a flash drive, and you could cut out the floppy disk middleman. Who the fuck's still making them? This is the same way I'd feel about like somebody getting in my car and being like, "Hey, throw this cassette on." Fast forward to track 3. Okay, get out of here, Trash Dan. Stop being dirty. You can take that over to the other Discords. Oh, you sick fuck. Power Hour song. Where'd he go? Ah, there.
5, 4, 3.
I'll be right back.
1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
You guys are ridiculous. Lies, shill, Looks like we got an intraday bull handle. The Dans can tell you all about how to properly operate a bull handle. Mm-mm. Not cashews, Cool Daddy. I bought a bag of Fritos. They're interesting. Son of a bitch. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think this is the first time in my life I've had a Frito chip. And if I had to describe them, I would say American tortilla chip. Like, take America and put it in a tortilla chip. Frito pie. You make pie out of these? How does one make a pie out of this? They do kind of smell like dog feet. Not wet dog feet. Hmm. That's disgusting. So you're getting your meat out of a can? I don't eat canned meats. They just taste like salt and corn. They're not like special. They're like oily, extra oily salt corn. Ooh. Hey man, so the ETF quarterlies are most indicative of price action on GME. Different funds at different times pop when they opened. I'm doing a DD tonight. Awesome, dude. Hit me up with the link and I'll share it on the Discord so people can see. I've spent lots of time in the Midwest and yet have never had a Frito pie. I know, I mean your guys' definition of the Midwest. Okay. Spam is a delicacy? I don't think so. Available, maybe.
This is all. Did I not tell you guys we would go back up? These predictions were made in advance. Recognize it. I did check the options chain like a minute ago before I came back on the camera. It looks like some of the 150 put positions were being closed out. The data's 15 minutes old though, so really to identify what's happening, you have to wait 15 minutes from when it happens and then find out what it was. How does the person pickle a pig's foot? Have you ever had an Alabama Hot Pocket? No, me and my cousins aren't close. Okay, fried bologna is amazing. But not a canned meat, right? It comes in a package. Those are buy orders that are above the ask. Will my 510s print in the money this week? Asking for a friend. Probably not. Hmm. That's not true. When me and DFP went back in time, we could only bring floppy disks with us. No other form of data storage can withstand the temporal something. When I eat nachos too, I must wait 15 minutes to find out. Is ice cream a quiche? No. Salad. Is 6 million volume good? I don't know. Clip it. No other form of data storage can withstand the temporal something.
Maybe they will. That's what I'd do if I was trying to fuck with retail options holders. Is I'd take it up just enough to let it seem like they can minimize their losses, and then tank it again to freak them out, and then run the stock. What if it's a waffle cone bowl? Quiche. What? All the data for MOASS and how to funnel money into the masses and disestablish the New World Order is stored on 5.25 inch floppy disks. No, I'm not going to share it on the screen. At the end of the hedge, thoughts? It's possible. Yeah, I mean we're showing some roll volume today, so that's perfectly reasonable, Bob. It has to do with the options chain interest, which is significant. Puts being dumped in mass. I know. What if the ice cream is placed on the top of that gross cheeseburger casserole? Garbage. It's actually on C64 cassette tapes. Am I right if they roll the no anomaly in January? They're not rolling. This isn't indicative of them rolling single futures contracts on GameStop. They might be rolling index contracts, but that has nothing to do with. I mean, it helps, but it doesn't have a lot to do with us. They're trying not to bump the price. Because if they buy a block order right now, we go to 148.12. And if they buy a big enough order, we go all the way up to 149. They'll try to keep it under 149.17 into close. Stay away from the psychological level. That way, tomorrow morning, they can tank it back down to 142 and get people to exit their contracts before running it. Dear co-leader, can you order us to go brigading on your behalf? Maybe some arbitrary thing on Reddit and we will shower it with accolades. No thanks. Wait, are you a psychologist or something? I don't know, it's just like an obvious move. I'm over here playing 2D chess and you guys are trying to make it 6D. If you NFT an Etch a Sketch but then shake it in the metaverse, does the NFT keep it from erasing? If so, did the NFT ruin the Etch a Sketch you were trying to preserve via NFT? Deep thoughts. Sounds like you're high as fuck right now. Frito-Lay paid me nothing. That's why they're not getting any screen time. These are not good, but I keep eating them because of the salt. Like, they're just a salt vehicle. They like lacing these things with crack or something. Like, they don't even taste good, but I don't want to stop eating them until they're gone. Congrats on switching to a master's degree in psychology. If it takes a master's degree in psychology to make that assessment, oh boy. Welcome to why they're popular. It's interesting. But there's lots of popular things that taste terrible, like pineapple pizza. And you can't get me to start eating that, let alone stop. I gotta stop blowing all my paychecks on GME on the day I get paid. You just buy it you get paid and you buy it. Are you even watching this stream? My Frito-Lay 510s just went green. Nice. Fritos aren't just a salt vehicle; they're also a moob enhancer. It's just got corn oil, and salt. This is actually the fewest ingredients I've ever seen on anything made by Frito-Lay. Man, they even put Fritos in their name. I definitely expected there to be at least a few more chemicals in there. Cursed thumbnail, many hours. Oh my god. Oh, that is getting used. Kool-Aid. No, I'm not allergic to pineapple. I just hate it on pizza. I'll eat pineapple all day. It's delicious. But I won't eat it on pizza. I have had durian twice. One time it was really good. The other time it was terrible. And I wanted to die. If I NFT my 510Cs, will they never expire worthless? Technically. This dude that does fake TA on Super Stonks today said we might hit 160. Guy seems like a shill, but let's see how it plays out. I hope that's me. Was his name Frito? Fidelity won't give me level 2 options access. I'm saddened. Oh, Yas T. That's because you told them the truth. Silly, silly truth teller. Telling your brokerage that you have moderate risk levels or not enough money. It shocks me the number of people that are honest on those questionnaires. Like anytime anything ever asks me for my income, I just put whatever the top number is on the drop down menu. Mortgage, credit card, brokerage questions. Maybe they just don't like you, Thaddeus. According to my broker, I'm a multi-millionaire with 20 years of experience. I don't know. It looks loose for them to be able to hold 149 for the next 28 minutes. If banks and brokers really wanted to know, they would ask for a pay stub. Yeah. Like if they gave a shit, they would actually like check. Wait, Seeking Alpha and Motley Fool told me that Jimmy was dead. What's going on? Citron Research is buying in. No, remember I said they're going to drop it tomorrow morning again to scare people one more time. It's okay. I don't have to say a lot in advance of the run because GME involved retail's issue is not selling too soon. It's when it comes to options, it's holding too long. Everyone wants to just diamond hand the fuck out of their calls. I was going to use my 7 month for something funny, tongue in cheek, but it took too much effort. So thank you for all you do, sir. Riku. Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it, man. I don't feel bad for anyone who paper handed this dip. No, guys, they don't hedge the calls, remember? So so what happens is they sell the puts and then retail immediately buys 1.3 million shares through CS. That's what we're seeing happen here. Not deleveraging from a hedge. That'd be crazy. Hedging. Who would ever do that? Why would a hedge fund hedge? It's like I'm sorry. I had a lot of salt just now from the Fritos. I'm better. It's okay. Sorry if you answered. Why volume? Lots of options interest, Dominic Joseph. Big options interest. Why is it so difficult for women to apply mascara with their mouths closed? Huh. Well, maybe it pulls the skin tight? I realized today that we're of equal degeneracy, except you have better risk mitigation and patience. You forgot to mention that the stock is heavily manipulated. Yeah, but by like one entity. So it's confusing to see where the manipulation plays out. We're just watching Kenny play with the stock. I think I missed your answer again. How do you spot the 150 put deleveraging and the 15 minutes delay? Could you elaborate how? You start to see block buy orders come in to offset the sold share, like synthetic short hedge. And then 15 minutes later, you can go look at shiftsearch.com and see if the open interest in 150 puts is decreasing, which it is. Because why would you hold a put when you're going to cover the underlying, right? So you buy the puts, you drive the price down, then you sell the puts, bringing the price back up while you cover. You don't hold the puts and then drive the price up into your puts. That'd be backwards. What am I clipping? Just stuff? I'll just clip like some number of minutes. Why are the price movements so crazy? Wide bid-ask spread. The stock is very illiquid, so the order book does, the order book has a lot of illiquidity, which means that the bid-ask spread is very wide, so the stock moves a lot on very little volume. Just clip the entire stream. I do. Fuck off. Don't call me. It's called the old demand zone. I wonder if DFV is getting ready to double down again. Can you speak to Yelya's DD? It looks like she's onto something, but it's way over my head. Can you summarize what you think? It's awesome. I think the options market is not viewing GameStop at its current exchange price. I think GameStop will rise to be more in line with the options market. I think they have to hedge a significant amount on any increase in price of the underlying. Her data kind of aligns with what I think should be happening during this period, which is the generation of large amounts of exposure onto the short hedge funds. What the are you kidding me? Unreal. DFV currently has 500 510 April calls. You are overpaying for contracts right now. A little bit. IV went up too, so yeah. But that's fine, right? Because the value of those contracts is more likely to be realized. I mean, no, I haven't, but I do intend to. I mean, you can kind of just see from the chart where it lines up. I suppose I could ask her what the time delay is between the delta sensitivity spikes and the price improvement on GameStop. I don't know about that. No, I don't have a Razer phone. When will Scruff McCruff arrest Ken Griffin? How long is a piece of string? Are we doing string theory stuff? So you think they've started covering? Not covering, hedging. I think they'll start hedging. BNY Mellon. Turns out we're holding some big bags. Should we go long on GME to hedge? Kenny really messed up our balance sheet. I think BNY Mellon's already long on GameStop. They have like not a lot, but some shares. I don't know if they have a short position. That'd be interesting. Vega's a contract sensitivity to increase. Vega is a contract sensitivity to change in IV. BNY Mellon 500,000. Proud Pickle Show. On your Jimmy treasure map, what does CME stand for? Wait, do you, it's Chicago Mercantile Exchange? Stop ignoring Moonwind. What did he say? Tomorrow, last rip of the week? No. What we're actually going to do, Moonwind, is we're going to rip $15 a day every day until the end of the week. And then on the last day, we're just going to MOASS and get all your shares called away. Everyone should know that, as well as the reason why there's no onions futures. After a month and a half of working 7 days a week, our data delivery is going out tonight. I'll be on vacation until January 17th and have 2 cases of wine to get rid of. Time to drink the red away and watch my favorite stream all day. Riku. To you, Danrod. Danrod, if you guys don't know, has the most open throat of all the Dans. No, that was the real response, man. Moon, you have to understand that, you ask me where safe CCs are, but deep down, I want your shares to get called away so bad. Tanrod is the throat goat. Nowhere in your DD does it say $15 a day. Yeah, but this is special for you. Squeak in my chain. Would you agree they'd better end this until the end of Feb due to capital gains taxes? End of Feb because everyone could buy in at 40. No one cares about the capital gains tax. The IRS is not manipulating the stock market. Ooh, let's tear apart some conspiracy theories for the next 13 minutes. What do we got? One, the IRS is not manipulating the stock market. What else? You aren't actually a pickle. It's a true story. You're a BlackRock employee? No. DFB is a Citadel plant. Well, how else are they going to get retail to drive the IV up on GameStop? You've got robot legs. What if I did? You'd feel really shitty if that was the truth. DFE is a cat, most likely. Inflation is transitory. No, he's just using real popcorn to manipulate his shareholders. You don't need to drug those people. The moon landing was fake. We'll be the first. DFE killed JFK. Someone had to do it. Byron Loopring tweeted, "It's definitely not a cult. Sue him." OnlyFans grifters plus exclusive unexclusive NFTs equals MOASS. Mini MOASS. I can't believe there's not a single Dan named Dan fucking Value. I'm not Persian. The AMC is the play. Since the stock is illiquid, would you say it's a solid investment? Oh no, illiquid stocks usually present a great deal of risk. But do I like it? Pigeonhole chat is really just only Dan's. The AMC streamers won't disappear when it hits $5. Oh, do we have likes today? Oh, we do. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you for all the likes. You say you're not Persian, then why do you have so many colognes? I simply sponsor one cologne. Options take your money. I mean, they cost money to buy. Since no Danify, is there a roaring Danny? I can't. There's no Danny boy. There's so many Dan things missed out on. Pickled cucumber hair from Whaling City. How can I ship you a real whale tooth? Like I don't want that. What the fuck am I gonna do with that? The about is pretty vague. It's still in development, Stefan. But options flow data is valuable. You can see where larger entities are positioning themselves, and if you really want to, you can try to use their positioning to your advantage. Computershare was desperate to find their niche. Now deeply regret having found it. Boof the tooth? No. Trafficking whale teeth is illegal. Okay, good to know. Thanks for telling me. The price is real. Warden is gloating on Twitter about his $140 prediction. His $140 prediction was for like June or May, right? I think so. Something like that. Not now. Can you double check if you see a gamma for AMC? I want to know if I'm wrong. What do you mean a gamma? What the fuck's a gamma? You're just... like a gamma ramp? Oh, okay, gamma ramp. Sure. It seems okay. Oh, those are calls. Hold on. If AMC breaks 30, it's got a little bit of a run up to like 32. At least for this week. I think there's always just a shitload of open call interest on AMC. With the liquidity, though, I'm not sure how much that hedging affects their price. I didn't tweet back at you in response to your criticism over his 140p play. I upgraded... Oh, thank you for becoming a Lon Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Mandatory end of stream donation. Also, can someone hold me and tell me I'm financial advice? Thanks, X. Oh, maybe Pickle Morty. Maybe Pickle Morty will hold you. If Citadel is truly long on AMC, does that make AMC tards our enemies? Sure. I wonder how many of the people that hate me on Reddit own AMC. I should look into that. I'm gonna do some user profile digging. But they own both. Who gives a shit? I listen daily and own AMC. How? Well, I mean, Cornub does too, but... Apes fight apes. Watch the Discovery Channel. Cornhub is out of AMC? Oh, that's right. AMC's staunchest supporter. I have a new job that doesn't let you watch YouTube all day, but it's nice to check in with my favorite pickle at the end of the day. Starlight, how have you been? Thank you so much. Oh, get out of here, V-Smoke. Trying to get people to lift your bags. I like getting taken to the movies before getting bent over by Adam Aaron. Rip my calls. Oh, that's right. Charity bought AMC calls. You missed my 7-month message a few days ago, and I'm still sad about it. Oh, Multi-Blues, what did you say? Thank you, Ecstasy. Ding ding. $47.69. Very bullish. Ooh. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful night. I appreciate it.
Rico!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.